the greatest of respect, shall we all be upstanding? We want to commit the commencement of our program into the hands of God. And I believe strongly that you and I agree that somebody has created this world and all of us who are gathered here this morning. And so, let's bow our heads and pray. Jesus, I want to thank you this morning for your mercies. We thank you for your grace. And Lord and Master Jesus, precious Lord,
thank you so much, Richard Deku, for that wonderful prayer. Richard, are you an elder of a church or a pastor? Anyway, all right. So at this juncture, I would come to you for us, all of us to do personal introductions. And then when we come back, I would introduce the political parties reps that we do have here. Okay, so let me start the personal introduction from, should I start? Let me start from here. Yes, I want to start from you, sir.
My name is Edward Caraway. I'm a farmer. Yes, I'm a farmer. Well, I belong to many associations. I belong to GAWU, General Agricultural Workers Union. I also belong to Legal Hub, Training and Legal Hub Enterprise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Caraway, for coming. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm Edwin Kweku Andobafo, and I'm Communications Director for Food Sovereignty Ghana. It's a pleasure to be here.
Great to have you too, sir.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Abdurrahman Mohammed. I'm coming from Upper East region. Precisely, Timpani is my district, and I'm a farmer. I farm in Timpani. I also farm in Yaba Kubari district. That's where I'm farming. And it is a pleasure to meet this morning to meet the political parties because I have something to do with them. Thank you so much. When we get there. Bye-bye.
Well, as they say, common events cast their own shadows, right? We'll get to hear a lot when it gets to the questioning time, sir.
My name is Daniel Odro Mensah. I'm a broadcast journalist with CTFM and Channel 1 TV.
All right. Thank you, my friend, for coming, sir. Hello.
My name is Bernard Kanati. I'm a typical rice farmer.
We have the rice farmers here.
My name is Duncan Amwa, rice farmer and cocoa farmer. Rep for Peasant farmers, Volta and Ute region.
Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Hey.
Yes, my name is Akpagulu Nyameko, coming from Dambai Oti. I'm a farmer and a fisherman too.
Good morning. My name is William Apia. I work with Sengana. Thank you.
Good morning. The name is Sylvester Bagoro. I work with Telwa Network Africa.
good morning. My name is Richard, a farmer from Ada.
Good morning. My name is Hamid Hussein, Giza Farmers.
One said he's here because of them. He has something to do with them. So we'll be waiting for that something that he has to do with them. But let me also introduce to you the former executive director of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana, and a member who's now running as our consultant, Dr. Charles Nyaba. He's there. Now, from the political parties, we have Honorable Moses Enim. He's member, Agricultural Manifesto team of the New Patriotic Party, the governing party. Is Enim. We also have, he says I should call him Farmer. So, Farmer Dr. Peter Boama Otukono, spokesperson for Agriculture, Director, Interparty and CSO Relations of the National Democratic Congress, the NDC. Farmer Peter Otukono. We have Mr. Nyaba Aweba Azongo, Vice Presidential Candidate, and he is running on an independent ticket. Chief, welcome, sir. Mr. Courage Nobi, Deputy Director for Policy, Movement for Change, the Yellow Army. As we move on, we'll be doing all the introductions that I have not done. So, all introductions. Snack is ready now. So, we would want to take a quick break. Okay, so I've been directed that we should continue. Now, at this juncture, as we've done the introductions. Okay, I'm told we have to take 5 minutes to take the snack break. So, ladies and gentlemen, please. My dear lady behind you would show you where we are. We're going to your extreme left behind you. That's where the snack is. We're only taking 5 minutes to have this break. We'll come here and continue the event. Because of the questions, please, let us not delay too much so that we can ask the questions that we want to ask our politicians. So please, just 5 minutes. We'll do that. 5 minutes for a break. We'll be back. so that we all know what's happening. Let's give you the official welcome, and to do this is the executive director, the acting executive director of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana, Bismarck Owusu Note. Please, a round of applause for our executive director.
Thank you very much. The board chairperson of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana, the executive director, Star Ghana Foundation, the reps of political parties gathered here, where political parties were invited to explain their agricultural policies and also receive feedback. I must add that this engagement largely influenced the voting patterns of many farmers across the country. The 2024 elections offer another opportunity to scrutinize the manifestos of the various political parties, especially their plans for smallholder farmers and agricultural sector in general. Our initial assessment of the manifestos indicates that, reveal that all parties agree on providing incentives for farmers, improving infrastructure, developing marketing systems, and improving credit opportunities, albeit in various and different forms. While some of these approaches are clear and concise, others are ambiguous, unclear, and not measurable. This makes it difficult for us to track to fully benefit from these interventions during implementation. The gaps identified give way for the winning party to poorly execute these initiatives, which are normally done at the pleasure of the appointed sector minister and political stooges with no sense of accountability. This scenario has characterized the last few years, where agricultural initiatives promised by winning parties have been abysmally implemented. In that regard, PIFA wants to assure all stakeholders that from 2025, we will be enhancing our accountability framework for the winning party to ensure that farmers are not neglected or shortchanged by the future government. We will continue to hold the winning party accountable to the promises they make and hope that the winning party do not see this as an attack on them, but a genuine quest to see the improvement of the livelihood of smallholder farmers. So, to begin with, we also encourage that the winner of the elections should consult broadly during the selection of the new sector minister. In conclusion, let me commend the political parties who are here at this important dialogue for at least recognizing the role and value of smallholder farmers in decision making. These parties were the only groups among the 13 parties on a ballot paper that consulted PFAC during their manifesto preparation and development process. So it's the reason why we targeted them for this particular engagement. At this gathering, we aim to achieve 4 main objectives. 1, understand the proposals of the parties and the agricultural sector in general. 2, provide a platform for key stakeholders like you to seek additional feedback and clarity on the promises. 3, serve as an avenue for consideration of additional input and feedback participants. And 4, secure commitment from political parties on undertaking some key proposals for farmers. In conclusion, let me take this opportunity to also extend our sincerest appreciation to Star Ghana Foundation, with thanks to Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office for their support and partnership for the organization of this program, and wish to assure them that PFAC are ready to work with them to deepen accountability and transparency for office holders for the benefit of farmers in the country. We really appreciate your support. I urge all of you to actively participate, and together, let's improve the discourse of political discussions for the benefit of the country in general. I thank you all, and I wish you a successful program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So for viewers on Joy News, welcome to the Political Parties Accountability Forum on Agriculture. You would want to stay because it promises to be a riveting engagement here from the previous encounters that we've had. Let's now have our opening remarks, and our big man is here to begin it for us. The Executive Director of Star Ghana Foundation, Ibrahim Tanko Amidu, please. Let's welcome Mr. Ibrahim Tanko Amidu with a beautiful round of applause.
thank you very much. And I would like to stand on the protocols established by the previous speaker to go ahead and then give some very, very brief remarks. It's an absolute privilege for me to be part of this, because these kinds of engagements are critical in our democratic processes. They enable citizens to engage with political parties. They enable the kind of conversations that feed into policy making post-elections. But they also, more importantly, establish a foundation for engagement between citizens and whoever forms the next government on what they have promised, what they are delivering, and how that can be sustained or changed. So this is a very important process. And I would like to thank the political parties that have availed themselves of this opportunity to have this conversation with us, particularly conversations with some of the most marginalized but very important social groups in the country, our farmers. And would like to thank the parties, because these days it's been quite difficult getting political parties to accept or to participate in this kind of fora. The rallies offer better low-hanging fruits, because you say it, you don't get any questions. But here you say it, and there will be critical feedback. But we hope that they take that in the whole spirit that we want to co-construct a vision for Ghana that is inclusive, that is sustainable, and that moves us forward as a nation. Star Ghana is happy to collaborate with PFAG on this event, because PFAG has over the years stood head and shoulders above most of the civil society organizations in being consistent in its engagement on the issues of the issues and perspectives of peasant farmers in this country. There are more low-hanging areas that people can take on. They have taken on one of the most difficult areas. They have stuck with it consistently, and they have made their voices heard, all the time on issues of agriculture, and particularly those that concern peasant farmers. So I would like to congratulate peasant farmers for its commitment, for its steadfastness, and because of this, for our interests, in partnering with them. Star Ghana, as most of you may know, has been supporting activities around our elections since 2012. We've supported debates, we've supported education on electoral processes, we've supported, issues around security and etc. And so this is part of our ongoing support to deepen democracy, to ensure that it is inclusive. Because at the end of the day, if the democracy is not inclusive, then everything that we do may actually come to naught. In conclusion, I would like to also acknowledge that this area, talking about agriculture, focusing on peasant farmers, is critical to our country's development. We've tried over the years to adopt strategies of development that do not build on what we have, do not build on what we know, and do not build on what affects a very large proportion of our population. And we are where we are today because of that. And so as we begin to refocus, to put agriculture and to put farmers at the center of national development processes, we hope that that would lead to different results that would take us forward. Agriculture doesn't only provide employment for the bulk of our population, particularly disadvantaged population, but something that most of us don't realize, that it is critical to any efforts at peace and security in this country. We talk about radicalization, we talk about the threats of violent extremism. If we don't take agriculture seriously, if we don't put it at the center, then this whole issue about the infiltration from the Sahel and etc. may actually be something that will come to reality. And so I hope that the conversation today would take cognizance of that, would move away from scoring political points, and would see how together we can have a national dialogue on agriculture, its place in our national development processes, but also how to make it better for our peasant farmers. On which note, I would like to thank you very much, and God bless our homeland country.
Again, for our executive director for those words, and I'm happy about the point that we should make it a nationalistic discussion here. It's now time to welcome our own friend, Wepia Awal Adugola. He's national president of PFAC. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes.
Thank you very much. All protocols, I also stand on the existing protocols. And then particularly to welcome our farmers from the various regions who are here to listen to the political parties, because the decision we'll make on December 7th as farmers is going to be based on what is in there for us as farmers. I will just make some brief remarks, and then I want to remind all of us here that peasant farmers, and for that matter the smallholder farmers, we recall during the COVID-19, when the COVID-19 struck and Ghana also had its own share, we understand that many countries in the world closed their borders. So it disrupted food supplies, fertilizer, and other inputs. We in Ghana, we know very well that it was the smallholder farmers who produced enough food to feed this country. And that is why we are particular about what the political parties have for smallholder farmers. Because if the smallholder farmers were not resilient, if they were not producing enough, what was going to be the fate of Ghanaians? And I'm sure it is our food that has sustained all of us, including the politicians who are here today and campaigning for these elections. So for us, we still have some few issues that are worrying us as farmers. We are looking critically at, of course, I'm from the Western region, and as farmers, land is very critical to us. It's something that worries us a lot. As we speak, our lands are being devastated. Farmlands are being destroyed by activities of illegal miners. And it appears like we don't see so much commitments, we don't see so much pronouncements from political parties as to how we are going to save these farmlands. So if we are here talking about agriculture, which ultimately the land is very critical in production, and we allow this land to be destroyed, then all the good things we have in the manifesto at the end of the day, where are we going to implement them? Are we going to implement them in the sky? Obviously, it's going to be on the land. So commitment into tackling the activities of galamsey is very key to us as farmers. So if we are not paying attention to this, we are afraid we may only be reading documents and ideas. At the end of the day, we'll have no land to implement these issues. Of course, recently we talk about the drought in northern Ghana. As farmers, we know climate change has come to stay. We are not seeing enough commitment and bringing in investments to mitigate the effects of climate change. That is why recently our own Minister of Food and Agriculture was talking about all the efforts that government has put in place. And yet, see, just about 2 to 3 months of drought in northern Ghana. We've almost lost everything. And we are aware that climate change has come to stay. So what are we doing as a nation? Do we have to sit for this to hit? And of course, we'll then be running to the ECOWAS food security reserves. Meanwhile, Ghana is blessed with agricultural land. These are issues that are still of concern to the smallholder farmer. So we need to see practical solutions. We need to see measures that will be outlined in addressing all these things. We are still looking at issues of inputs for agriculture. Subsidy. Many countries are subsidizing agriculture, those that are producing enough. In here, our farmers are left to buy in the open market at high prices. Fertilizer, we have seed, other services, mechanization. I was with my rice farmers in Shama. They have been crying for combined harvesters all this while. And it's the same thing across the country. We need mechanization. We need the machines to be able to expand production to feed the growing population of Ghana. If statistics is telling us that Ghana's population will be hitting 4 million by 2060 thereabout. The question is, how do we feed this population? We need to be putting in practical measures which are of concern to us as farmers. The CADE program, the Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Program, which was a sign on by African member states, our leaders have signed commitments to invest 10% of national budget into agriculture activities. We are not seeing it. And then we don't want to believe that these are commitments. We attend AU meetings, then we go and sign. When we come back, we have been following. Even allocations to agriculture. Do we get the releases or is just an allocation on the budget? This is very key to us. And as smallholder farmers, we are going to keep an eye on all these things. Because like I said, the people you are campaigning to, who are going to vote, the voters, we have been feeding them for all this while for them to stay alive. That you are finding them in good health to campaign for them to vote. So what we do to sustain them, we will continue to do it. We look at the national, the buffer stock company. Recently, it came as a surprise to me when there was this discussion in the media about importation of expired rice from India or whatever. Of course, media reports. I am not here to say whether it is true or not, but what saddens me is that we have our own rice farmers in this country, across the country, who can produce enough rice. We have the capacity, and we have to give contracts to people to go to India to bring rice. Now we are debating as to whether the rice was expired or not. In the first place, this, I don't want to use certain words, but this as a nation, this is one of the shameful acts that we have to do. That we have rice farmers here with the capacity, and we are giving contracts to people to go to India to bring rice, and when it comes, we are unable to ascertain whether this rice is even expired or not. This shouldn't be a debate in Ghana. With the rice farmers that we have, with the undeveloped fields that we have, that we can grow enough rice for this nation. And that is why today, we are happy. We are farmers. My regional people are here across all the regions. Farmer leaders, they are here to listen to what is in the manifestos. As we go back, when they are asking, now December is coming, we are farmers. Where is our interest? Where do we vote? That is why we are here. We have to listen. What do you have in the manifestos for us as a country? What do you have in the manifesto for us as farmers? So that when we pick this document, of course, we are going to hold you accountable. Because whatever you say in the document, eventually, when you win power, we'll come to you. You said A, B, C, D. And right now, you have taken over the reins of government. So we'll demand accountability. Of course, once the farmers are here themselves to ask more of the questions, I want to pause here. And when the presentations are done, then I'll come back. So I wish all of you all the best. And I encourage my farmers to listen critically to the manifestos, and let's see what is in there for us. If it's not good, of course, we will tell you that what is in there is no good for smallholder farmers. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. President Wapia Awal at Dugwala. It's now time for us to look at the general overview of the current state of agriculture in Ghana, which of course will serve as the basis for us to be asking the questions from the politicians. And also its impact on smallholder farmers. And who else to do this than someone who has led PFAC for so long, who understands the sector so well, and can help us know what the current state of the agriculture. So let's welcome Dr. Charles Nyaba. He's a consultant for PFAC.
Good morning, everyone. And you are welcome to Peasant Farmers' engagement with the political parties. In fact, this is not the first time. I remember our former national president, Abdurrahman, he's here. He was just drawing our attention that do we have the issues that were discussed last 4 years and the responses we got from the various political parties to follow out to see whether what they said they've implemented or not. Fortunately, we have some of the issues. So if questions are coming and they are directed to those we gave our mandate to, you shouldn't feel like we are putting too much pressure on you, because we were convinced by what you told us, and that was why we gave you our mandate. So those who are here and you want to take the battle from him or from them, we would put our lenses on you, and in the next 4 years, we will still be here again for you to account to us. Now, before I continue, I'd like to, please, can I get I don't have enough time, so I'll just try to flip over so that the next slide. Yeah, so I'll just take you through, usually people don't understand the structure, the operations of peasant farmers. So when we talk about Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana, people think that, okay, it's just a small group in a particular region who are raising these concerns. So I'll just take you through what Peasant Farmers Association is all about. We'll briefly look at the overview of Ghana's agriculture sector, smallholder farmers, food security situation, and then the challenges facing Ghanaian farmers. That we will also throw some small highlight on the areas that we want the political parties to focus on. Next. So the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana was formed in 2005 with support from Oxfam, with a vision of ensuring that we have life of dignity for the peasant farmer. Our mission was to develop beneficial programs favorable for increasing agricultural production, processing, marketing, through building and strengthening the capacity of farmers in policy advocacy and entrepreneurial skill. You should know that peasant farmer is a non-governmental, non-partisan. I would like to put more emphasis on it. So usually when a government is ruling or a particular political party is in power, there is always the tendency to create impression as if the association is against that party in power. No, it's not the case. We have been consistent since our formation, but if a party is not in power, it doesn't make sense for you to go and engage them. It is the reason you always see the battle between us and the certain government. So if you look at our structure, decisions are taken by General Assembly. The General Assembly are members with good standing. So every year we go to AGM and then we take decisions. Decision to engage you today was already taken in our last AGM. So the decision doesn't always depend on one person. Our governing board comprises of, we operate in 13 districts, 13 regions. So always every region we have a regional focal person. So they form the governing board. And then we also have at the national level, we have a national secretariat where we have technical staff that we put there to do day-to-day administration for the members, the membership, which is also headed by the executive director. And if you look at our main source of funding, we all, the members sitting here, contribute what we get. We don't take a peso from government. So sometimes we get support from other NGOs like Star Ghana and other people who see that we do good work and then they give us funding to do what we are doing. So let's look at, I'll just be very brief in these areas because the people here are experts in the sector, so I wouldn't like to bore you so much. But we are all aware the role our agriculture sector plays. So if you look at some years ago, agriculture contribution to GDP was almost 50%. But for these recent years, this year for agriculture contribution to GDP was 21.4%. The declining contribution to GDP is not something we are bothered too much as economists because if our industry grow, agriculture contribution will definitely reduce. The sector supports more than half of the livelihoods of Ghanaians, either in job creation, either in food security, either in whatever way. We are very crucial when it comes to that. Now, with this, we have about 70%, if you take people who depends in the sector for their livelihoods. And then out of this, smallholder farmers constitute 40%. So that's why we think that the sector is very crucial for smallholder farmers and all of us. So in terms of economic stability, anytime agriculture sector fails to perform well, then it reflects in all aspects of the economy. In terms of foreign exchange earning, in terms of inflation, in terms of import substitution, agriculture plays a crucial role in that area. So let's look at the sector performance. The sector performance in this year. So if you look at the sector, we can categorize it into 4 different subsectors. So we have the cocoa, we have the crop subsector, we have cocoa, we have livestock, we have forestry and logging, and then fishing. So these data are just picked it from the recent publication by Ministry of Finance. Now, what is worrying, my president indicated how Galamsey is impacting on the activities of the sector. So look at cocoa. Cocoa is one of the leading export earning in this country. And the cocoa growth reduced to negative 26.2 in the first quarter of this year, which is something that I think we should all be worried about. Now, the crop sector, we have done well because we, the smallholder farmers, we dominate in that sector. So just like we said, with all the failure of government to support smallholder farmers in 2024, if I say the failure, we used to benefit direct subsidy from government, but 2024, that has been taken out. So we are not benefiting. We've still been able to actually hold on to our performance about 5.4%. That is quite good for us. So total agricultural performance for 2024 is 5.4. Now, there's a particular area that I will be interested in seeing how our political representatives here will tackle that. The livestock subsector. This has been a very critical sector for smallholder farmers. Because usually when there is climate change, crops don't do well, at least a farmer can get a fowl or just a goat to go and sell and pay the children's school fees. But this is a sector that has continuously been ignored. Because in terms of food security, it's very important. We import more than 70% of our cattle from Niger, Burkina, and Nigeria. And we even have people, Hanafi, sorry, we have our Fulani brothers, we are doing very well. Most of them who are not from Ghana, they come here and see the potentials to rear their animals and feed us. Yet our government is not making any efforts to improve this. So if you take the livestock, like the goat and then the sheep, last year, 2023, we imported a value of $17.71 million, US dollars. Something that we can do here. Poultry. Now, we have only 5% of poultry production in Ghana. So if you take last year alone, we imported 300 million US dollars of meat, poultry meat. And according to the poultry farmers, this money, if we were to invest it in the local poultry industry, they would have been able to produce all this and even more for export. What are we doing with poultry? Next. So let me just give some brief explanation about the state of smallholder farmers. Just like I said, we are about 80% of all the farmer population, and then we contribute more than 80% of all what we eat, export, and then to the domestic industry. So last year when things were not well, and then we couldn't perform well, food inflation went record high, over 30%, which has never happened. And that always reflects in overall inflation of the country. So, and then most of our members are located in the rural areas who are dominated. We have women dominating in the post-harvest activities, marketing, processing, and then petty trading. So most of the activities, because we don't get enough policy support, most of the farmers' activities are still outmoded. We use outmoded farming practices. we are not able to actually adopt to the use of modern tools for farming and the modernization agenda that we talk about. And then we realize that smallholder farmers are always exploited. We are exploited by either our own, by the private sector, or our political elites. When something small is going to smallholder farmers, the whole country will hear it. Meanwhile, what we are getting is just negligible. We were all in this country when our minister told us that they will be giving us support for those who are hit by the drought. My friends sitting here, we haven't received anything. Is there any farmer who received any kind of support? Yes, so we are still waiting for that support to come. So we think it's not, you are not treating the smallholders very, very, very well, and then we expect to get that commitment from you today. Now, these are some of the challenges I just highlighted. High input cost. For 2024, we have almost all our factors of production increasing by 30%. Cost of fertilizer went up by more than 30%. Agrochemicals went up more than 30%. Tractor services more than 30%. Let's take fertilizer for instance. Last 2 years, we buy 50 kg of Ativa fertilizer for 300 Ghana cedis. Today, when you go to the field, it's 600 Ghana cedis for one bag, just one bag of Ativa fertilizer. Agrochemicals that we used to buy for 50 cedis, today is 80 cedis in most of the places when you travel. Tractor, and this is because government deliberately took the waivers that we used to benefit from import duties. Just a few years back, if you are bringing tractor, you are bringing fertilizer, you are bringing combined harvester, it's import duty free. In 2022, they reviewed that. And now when you are bringing any of those inputs, you have to pay duty. So because of the duty, sometimes the duty of clearing is even higher than buying the product from where it is manufactured. So that has actually increased the cost of production. Climate change. We all saw what happened in northern part of the country, the Middle Belt, OT, and Volta this year. The drought spell. We have good number of farmers who lost 100% of their farmlands. They did everything. They invested so much. They planted. Rains never came for more than 2 months. Everything dried up. And today, if care is not taken, we are likely to suffer serious food insecurity issues. Access to credit. If our own government don't want to invest in smallholder farmers, how do we expect banks to do? No formal sector financial institution is interested in giving farmer loan because of supposed risks. High post-harvest losses, and then the most recent time, galamsey or illegal mining. I'm not going to talk much about galamsey or illegal mining, but what I want to give you is that we did a survey as peasant farmers, and we have over 2 million of our members being displaced because of illegal mining in mining areas. Either their farmlands are taken away or their other livelihoods have been taken away. Social effect. You have people traveling, threatening them. Small girls small children becoming pregnant because of certain activities of people who live in galamsey areas. Next. So if you look at the food security situation, it's not too good. Yeah, I'll just summarize it. So if you take 2024, for instance, we have 1.5 million people who face acute food security issues between June and August alone, even though this figure is better than 1.37 million in 2023. There are certain commodities such as cassava, maize, peanut, cabbage, millet, yam, and plantain, which we are self-sufficient. But other commodities like tomatoes, pepper, onions, rice, we import all this. It is embarrassing. I'm coming from a region that is sharing border with Burkina Faso. So a few years ago, Burkinabés come to buy tomatoes from us. Today, we buy all our tomatoes from Burkina. Last year, you heard the onions when the Nigerians blocked the border. We couldn't get onions to consume. And our engagement with the Minister of Food and Agri, he indicated that In a week, we spend about $2 million US on onions importation alone. If you take tomatoes, $400 million US last year we spent on importation of tomatoes. The same goes to poultry and the other ones that I've mentioned about. Let's go to the next slide. So these challenges, I think I will not spend much time because I've already listed them. So these are some of the challenges facing farmers. High input costs, mechanization is a problem because today our people are harvesting right and they can't get combined harvester to harvest, even though the rice is ready. Access to credit is a problem. Limited irrigation. We keep talking of modernization of agriculture. You cannot modernize on rain-fed agriculture. And any time attempt is made to address irrigation issue, it comes with a different challenge. All the major irrigation and active irrigation dams that we have were constructed during Achampon regime. You can talk of the Pong irrigation, you can talk of the Tono, we can talk of Butanga, but the recent ones are not of use. With all due respect, the One Village, One Dam was just a debt trap. It didn't help us. And we hope that when opportunity is given to you, you do something better than that. Poor implementation of government projects. When Brian was appointed as Minister of Agri, he was my very good friend. We developed the PFG2 concept together. We agreed that because government always a problem in getting funding for inputs or paying service providers, this time around we are bringing the private sector to support. In fact, we were actually one of the key aggregators for the project. But when it came to the implementation, the whole thing changed. MOFA now became the main aggregator giving inputs to farmers. And those inputs were politicized. How to intervene in a district in Kasana and Kana. When MPP youth organizer in the area went to lock the office, that the list that came contained NDC members. So they were not going to. I have to call the chief director to talk to them to allow them to distribute the inputs. So we have too much politicization of projects within Ministry of Food and Agri. And we hope to hear from you what we are going to do to prevent that. Illegal mining, I won't go there. I've said it already. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah. So we would like you to pay serious attention to these areas. I think this is almost the last slide. Improve investment in agricultural infrastructure. I mentioned that irrigation, energy, feeder roads, land development, and warehousing. As one of our colleagues said, one of the areas that we can commercialize agriculture in this country is around northeast areas. And then northern, when you go to around Yendi, Gusiagu, those areas. We have huge valleys. But to develop 1 acre of land, the cost is so huge that as smallholder farmers, we are not able to do. So we hope that you people will see the need to look into that area. Warehousing is still a problem. As at now, people are producing. Where to even keep the produce is a problem. Cost of production, as I mentioned, is a problem, and part of the problem is coming from government policies. And then we also want you to critically look at how we are going to reduce interference of political activities in the activities of Ministry of Food and Agriculture. We have all the technical people within the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, but they can't take decision. Every decision depends on the minister, and that is killing the sector. We hope that when you get opportunity, you pay serious attention to that. The fight against Galamsey, you see that it keeps coming. It means that it's critical area that we are worried about. And then climate change, we want you to consider climate smart agriculture. It comes in different dimensions. And then invest more in support of dry season farming, like mechanized boreholes. Our people are already doing it, but the cost is too much. Modernization of agriculture is what we all talk about. Why do you think a youth or a young person completing university will go into agriculture and go and be using hoe and cutlass? They will not do it. So if you want to modernize agriculture, we need to provide the tools that the youth would like to actually use to produce. The youth cannot acquire a combined harvester. They can't acquire a tractor. They cannot acquire the services of drones. They cannot get the modern inputs to produce. So if you want to modernize agriculture, we are calling on you to pay more attention to the things that will allow the youth to be attracted to go into agriculture. Next. So in conclusion, we still think that agriculture remains the backbone of the Ghana's economy, providing employment, ensuring food security, and contributing to foreign exchange earnings. And smallholder farmers are the key when it comes to agriculture performance because they provide about 80% of all the food we produce, supplied to the industry, and then for export. Irrespective of all their efforts, because of the above numerous challenges that we mentioned, they are not able to deliver to their capacity. So to address these challenges, we are calling on all of us, we the farmers ourselves, NGOs like my brother Ibrahim from Ghana, and other private sector to come in to support. It comes a time, it always gets a time we put all the pressure on government. I think if you leave everything for government, they can't do it all. So we all need to join hands to ensure that we are able to support to address these challenges. Call to action. So it is our hope that whoever is given the mandate to govern will commit to prioritizing and supporting agricultural development to ensure to secure a better future for farmers and the nation at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charles Nyaba there. So you saw that he's tried to paint the picture of where we are as a country in terms of our agricultural sector, bringing in what's happening to our natural resources in terms of the Galamsey impact. Now it's time for us to listen to the political parties and the politicians who want our mandate. In that, he said we want to know what they have on offer for us. Let's begin with the governing NPP to know what they do have for us as a party. It's an honor to welcome Honorable Moses Enim. He's a member of the Agricultural Manifesto team of the MP. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Let me also stand in all stated protocols and also to send Dr. Baumia's warmest greetings to all of you. He acknowledged the good work that you have done for the state and your contribution to the state as smallholder farmers. So he appreciates you that much and think that together we can still navigate our way through and solve the problems and the challenges and make sure that whatever is needed to be given out and for you to also continue to do your best to provide food security for this country. We will all together do it. Dr. Baumia has identified food as one source of reducing cost of living. He has 4 key areas that he has identified, and food is one source. And Dr. Baumia believes that food should be stable, it should be affordable, but it shouldn't be at the expense of the farmer. The farmer, in order to remain in business, must make returns. And so it is for all other food production value chain actors. They must remain in business, and for that matter, they must make returns. Therefore, Dr. Baumia's cardinal vision is a farmer and fisher-centered, business-oriented farming, and at the same time applies technology and sustainable climate-smart practices. Dr. Baumia believes strongly that if we are able to sustain this vision, the farmer and all other food production actors will remain in production, escalate production, make returns so that food will be available, and at the same time food security will be provided. So Dr. Baumia put premium on income security for the peasant farmer and all other major stakeholders in agriculture. So Dr. Baumia, first thing that Dr. Baumia is looking at is to accelerate de-risking agriculture. We think that the cost of capital for agriculture is still high because of the risk or the perception of risk that has been adduced to agriculture. So Dr. Baumia first thing is to use GESAL and redirect Development Bank Ghana and other financial institutions to reduce cost of capital, and so doing reduce interest rate on capital for agriculture. You know, GESAL was established as a limited liability company, non-financial or non-banking company, and the good job that GESAL is doing is to at least ensure or increase credit risk guarantee, and also agriculture insurance, and also provide technical support knowledge for financial institutions that are lending. So Dr. Baumia want to equip them, accelerate, and so that with that source they can de-risk agriculture. For now, we all know they've put in about 1.2 billion already. They're working with about 35 financial institutions, agri-businesses that have been catered for about 137. Dr. Baumia thinks that we should accelerate that, and it is one of his key vision to go. Dr. Baumia also believes that in order to get closer to the peasant farmer and also support the peasant farmer, we must go into what has already been started and escalate what has already been started that we call economic enclave agriculture. That we think that with the economic enclave agriculture, that is also going to rope in the peasant farmer. We providing all the infrastructure that is needed to do so. In fact, if you go to Kasunya now, that is 18 kilometers from Tokoli on the down road, 18-kilometer feeder roads have been provided. You go, you see we've done a 2-kilometer earthen dam to at least hold the water and prevent it from flooding. We've done a 20-kilometer canal, irrigation canal also have been provided. As we speak, 200 acres has also been released to and doing pottery as well. I moved from OT and you go to Banda in the OT, you see the agriculture enclave also working there. We're looking at Afram Plains. You know, we've zoned Afram Plains into four zones. As I speak to you, there's a target on working on about 3,550 hectares of the 30,000 hectare of land. Government is targeting 7,100 hectares. We allocating 700 hectares for tomato production, 1,150 hectares for pepper, 500 for onion, 600 for rice, and also 600 hectares for maize. The thing that once we escalate the enclave is going to include the pizza farmer as well to benefit from it. What we are also doing is that the power source that will be sent to those enclaves, that is going to attract all the value chain private sector also in, is to come from hydro and then solar source. It's all to mitigate the cost of energy or power so that we can be seen reducing cost of production. Dr. Baumia is also key in mechanization. We know we've already created some of the mechanization centers, and we want to increase the mechanization centers geared towards crop specific. In fact, we want to look at mechanization centers from initiation of clearing the land up to harvesting and also storage. So with this credit access with mitigation in interest rate for the value chain actors, which is going to attract a lot of the private sector also in to support as much as we can, because we know definitely that private sector must come in, and private sector will only come in when there is capital, and also capital cost is very low. So when we are able to introduce this high mechanization center that is crop oriented, you should be able to bring in the private sector to also work in. We want these mechanization centers to be closer to you, the peasant farmers. We also want to give support in terms of the cost of mechanization to our youth and our women, and who are trying to come into, and the startups who are also trying to come in, and also ensure that government will make sure there's cost reduction in utilization of the mechanization centers. As I said, irrigation is also key in this direction, because in getting all the irrigations done, apart from the 13 that we've targeted, and we also looking at expanded irrigation programs which will bring VIA and TAMNI. TAMNI is almost at 70% completion, and we think TAMNI can come along with about 700 hectares, and when it's done, it will help. VIA is also underway. VIA will come with about 850 hectares, and we think that that will also help. We still, Dr. Bamia still want to bring on board the Poalugu irrigation also scheme, because we know that that will also provide a lot. We irrigation scheme is also in the mind of Dr. Bamia, that will also bring on board. We has a sector that at least we can leverage on the gravity of source, so we can reduce the cost a little. Whilst there's another section that we need to encourage, or we need to boost out the gravity to ensure the spread of water to go. So we are taking advantage of the gravity source of the irrigation, so that at least it will come in such senses. You know, if the water supply is coming in low, we need to look at drip irrigation as well. We also looking at, I've spoken about Afram Plains already. We looking at white voter, black voter, and Oti River as well. In fact, assessment have shown that water source hasn't been affected by the Galamsey, which has become a huge challenge for us. And we think that when we leverage on the white voter and the black voter and the Oti in terms of trying to increase production of vegetables, and it will also help a lot. We are looking at vegetable usage and its exportation, looking at the Tamale Airport as well, because we believe that Tamale Airport can be brought into cargo. So if you look at the transport section of the manifesto, of the MPP manifesto, we want to bring a cargo sector for the Tamale, so that at least it can be an export base for the country. Also, Dr. Bamia is putting emphasis on special programs for our staple food crops. Our soya bean, our granite, our fruits, and then the horticultural crops. We know we are challenged, and we need to fund a lot of our research works. Dr. Bamia, in his vision, wants us to put much on research, so we can develop the improved varieties of seeds that are resistant to drought, and also the climate change that is coming. We also looking at soya bean. For now, the seed variety that we have for the soya bean is a big challenge. It's a bit lower than the 25 centimeter height that the crop harvester can use. There's a new variety that is coming on board that can be utilized. So we can use the crop harvester to harvest the soya bean. We lose a lot of soya bean when we are harvesting, even during planting, and also Dr. Bamia is looking at that. We also want to leverage on granite. We have a lot of knowledge in granite production, and we think that we should leverage on it. The soya bean particular, used for feed meal, but soya bean extraction, the oil extraction of soya bean is less than 20%. So the meal becomes very expensive. We think that granite which can be extracted, oil can be extracted from the granite for about 50% or more. The meal can be less expensive. So as a way of reducing cost of feed meal, we can also leverage on granite and the oil and other things that come from that. For fruits, we want to also concentrate and bring back the smooth cayenne that we lost as a result of going into the MD2 that has become very difficult for us to cultivate. We are going to work on the smooth cayenne, so the smooth cayenne can come back, which is the pineapple that is best used for processing. You know, our sugar loaf is that acid, and then the bricks blend. It's not too good for making juice production or drink production. But the smooth cayenne was the best that has the acid and the bricks blend that can help. So we also want to bring it back and make sure that the seeds are developed, and then we cultivate the pineapple for that. The staple food, as you know, is also coming. We are coming back on the staple food as well. And the input, we all know that we were challenged by input cost. The subsidy that we provided did well, and it did well. And I keep saying that, look, we must pat the shoulder of our farmers, especially our peasant farmers, because whatever you have done, at least contain Ghana in having 3 or so years of single-digit inflation, where food price really came down until we were faced with this COVID that escalated and disrupted the supply chain that caused that much of disruption. So we believe strongly that when we are able to support the peasant farmers, which Dr. Bawumia is geared doing, is very great. Then agroecology, it has also been fun, and that is why I continuously, and Dr. Bawumia, appreciate the Ghanaian concept, the research work that has been done. We all know that excessive use of our fertilization, continuous utilization of the same land, and the moisture and nutrient stress has brought a lot of our lands into high acidic level. Most of our lands are now very acidic, making that the challenge in here is that the fertilizer that we even apply doesn't become that so much available for the plant. So Dr. Bawumia has a vision, and we know we have large deposit of lime in this country. Bongoda has about 15 million tons of lime, and Dr. Bawumia believes we should go into mining those lime and bringing it back to at least neutralize our soil, so that fertilizers and manure that we apply, organic manure that we apply, will help. And we also, Dr. Bawumia wants us to digitalize the soil fertility mapping as well, so that for every district, a farmer will know that at this particular area, this is the nutrient level. And therefore, we want to bring into the district level the soil test laboratory with the simple kit as well, so that at least we can be able to know which of the fertilizers to apply at any given time. As I said, there's so much in the manifesto which I'm holding. If I'm not able to go through, or for want of time, maybe you have read it and we'll pick the questions from there. We are also saying that for the agroecological section, we want to promote rural alternative livelihood as well, safeguard ecosystem health, digitalization of map of soils in Ghana, which I've mentioned, empower the communities to champion agro initiative is also very important. I've mentioned irrigation. Let me move on. Then there's this key area that we want to move into, that Dr. Bawumia wants us to look at, and it is the silos, crop-specific silos. And the silo concept that we want to bring in is to start from the beginning. At least we must start from cleaning, sorting, and grading. And then we get into the silo where atmospheric temperatures will be used to preserve the food. Why are we paying so much attention on cleaning and then sorting and grading, so that we can have some grades that can be used for poultry and animal feed. Because it becomes high challenge for anybody want to produce animal feed or poultry feed or fish feed when the cost of crop is also being challenged by the human consumption. You cannot compete. In food or similarly, we want to say that at least commodities for feed should be of maybe a byproduct sort of, okay, a byproduct sort of, so that you can easily reduce cost of feed. Then when you come to fisheries, we'll be taking the question. I've been given 5 minutes. Initially, I was not told what minutes were being given, but now I've been given 5 minutes, so I will stay as it is. For fisheries, first and foremost, we want to ensure that we want to make sure that the small pelagic is available to our canoe fisher people, and therefore we will put much emphasis on control measures on the trawl fleet. We are bringing all the monitoring systems to ensure, the electronic monitoring systems to ensure that they don't delve into the small pelagics that legally is preserved for our fisher folks. Also, we have want to establish a fisheries pension scheme and also facilitate and support competence-based training for the fisher folks. We want to facilitate and promote special shrimps, grey, mullet production for coastal livelihood and support research into fish feed, because it is very critical. Support sustainable grow out for water climb, oyster and seaweed culture for coastal women and youth for livelihood. We also have a special attention for the artisanal fisher folks. The challenge we have realized is that in distributing of the input that they needed, from, let's say for premix for instance, from maybe Tor to the landing sites, they are not too much involved. This time we want them to be fully involved using the co-management system in the distribution of that. And it's the reason why we have even brought the condensate in, so that the petrol aspect of the premix has now reduced, because condensate is produced from our trouble. We are also making sure that we will get we'll continue with the landing sites. We've built 12 already with 2 fishing harbors. And this time around, the ice blocks, the making facilities, and the freezer blasters and modern fish markets will also be there. But we are saying the cold stores will be powered by solar or hydro, so to reduce the cost of production. We will provide for comprehensive aquaculture, food and jobs. We use opportunity created for that as well. Replicate the stocking of small dams. Establish the trained fish aggregators, because we have aggregators as well as we want to also ensure aggregators for our peasant farmers. The phase 2 of the PFJ is also counting on aggregator. But this time, the exchange, Ghana Commodity Exchange Company and other private sectors will be roped in to be a major aggregators to ensure, because Dr. Bawumia wants to make sure that at least the interests of the private sector in all the value chains of production of food, value chains for agriculture are included. Livestock, we have a section for livestock also, which is very detailed. And with time, when the questions come, I will also pick them. But let me get through this other last slide, so that just this last slide, so that I can now sit down for my colleague to also come. We cost of producing animal protein, and we think that there's certain, Dr. Bawumia have an aspect where we can really reduce. One is to support research into the use of locally produced raw materials for fish, poultry, and ruminant feed production, and also targeting varieties suitable for feed production. Facilitate and support further research into feed recipe formulation to achieve maximum feed conversion ratio, protein and calorie retention. This will enhance production efficiency, support research into developing high yield, disease resistance, improved growth rate, and climate resilient bleeds, increase productivity and production of soybean, groundnut, and maize through the special program agenda. The unit operation of cleaning, sorting, and grading of seeds at crop-specific silos will make available specific seed grade for feed production. Train farmers on how to produce feed using locally available raw materials, facilitate acquisition of small to medium-scale feed production and machinery. We also want to develop aquaculture hub for aquaculture and also make a one-stop shop for the acquiring of their permit and license, so they wouldn't be going all over looking for water commission and VRA, the ministry, and also a one-stop shop for them as well. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moses, a name for that. So we'll move away straight to the NDC and welcome my colleague Agre. We went to school to study Agre. He's my senior. Anyway, Dr. Peter Boama Otukono, please. He says he's Farmer Peter Otukono today.
You nearly forgot the farmer. Well, he was just whispering that he will give me 20 minutes. I don't know if 20 minutes will be enough for what I want to discuss, but we'll manage. Okay, so first of all, let me thank the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana for offering us this opportunity to share our ideas and thoughts with the farmers of this country. Let me indicate readily that in the preparation of our manifesto, we engaged the Peasant Farmers Association and we sought their inputs. Indeed, our manifesto, dubbed the Resetting Ghana Manifesto, is a collection of views and ideas from the various sections of society, and for that matter, the area under Greek is something that we shared with you. We got from you, and so I'm sure most of the things that I'm going to discuss may not be new to you at all. This is a copy of the Resetting Ghana Manifesto. I will leave some copies with the association, and we can find time to look at it. But to be able to know what exactly our problem is and how we are going to fix our problem, the first thing which you do probably is to have a comprehensive overview of how perhaps we have performed right now in agriculture. And for you, the farmers, I need not tell you the kind of struggles that you are going through. Dr. Nyaba did a good job talking about the state of agriculture in Ghana. But I just want to share a few things with you since we are in competition for your vote, and we have also been in power before. It is also very good in statistics to always do comparative analysis, and that puts you on a verge where you are able to predict the outcomes of the future. And so Doc was talking about the share of agriculture to GDP right now, and it's 22.7%. Indeed, it's 21.1%. Indeed, in 2016, the share of agriculture to our GDP was 22.7%. And so that tells you that we are dwindling. We are coming very, very low. Growth of agriculture, GDP growth of the aspect of GDP that is agriculture. In 2016, we grew by 6%. Currently, we are struggling with some 4.2%. Inflation, at the time, food inflation in 2016, average, was 9.7%. And currently, we are hovering around 22.6%, as Dr. Nyaba said. But indeed, we should recall that in 2023, food inflation went as high as 61%. That was the highest ever in 4 decades in Ghana. Then, it is also important to look at where Ghana is in terms of food security. And I'm sure you are aware of the EIU Food Security Index, which is indicating that Ghana is on the verge of virtually becoming food insecure. And currently we are hovering around 83 on the ranking among 113 countries, when in 2016 we're doing 78 on the ranking. We believe that the problem with agriculture must be looked at comprehensively, must be looked at from the point of food down back to the point of production. And if we want to look at agriculture from production, then the key thing that bothers you, the farmers, would be your input cost, the input availability itself, then the input quality. We are aware that all these three critical needs of farmers at the input level, including land, is suffering. The quality of inputs on the market now is the worst that we have seen in the history of Ghana. Pick seeds, the quality is low. Pick fertilizer, the quality is low. Pick the agrochemicals, pesticides, and weedicides, the quality is very low. There are some instances where you want to even buy, you are holding your money, and you want to buy some of the inputs, and you will not get. Sometimes you have to go and put your money down, wait for several months before they supply you your fertilizer. And so all these three critical elements of agricultural production is suffering. The input cost, the input availability, and the input quality. Then most importantly, post-harvest management, which is another bigger headache for farmers. Post-harvest management is causing farmers to lose average of about 30 to 40% of their output. And that makes it worthless for any farmer to continue to produce, because it reduces profitability significantly. Then there is a problem with storage. Our government, current government, have paid a lot of lip service, and I heard my colleague play a lot of that this morning, talk about storage and how they are doing silos and screening and all that. But storage, again, is our biggest problem as a people. Because we don't have proper storage facilities, we lose most of our crop yields. Then again, market. Market is also a major challenge for our farmers. And so there are farmers who produce, and when it gets to market time, it becomes a problem. Those in livestock, they cry almost every single day. Even those that are trying and managing under very difficult circumstances to produce eggs in Ghana are crying because the government has allowed the importation of eggs. But those producing pork, for example, are crying because government has allowed for importation of pork, and they are very cheaper than the ones that you are producing because of the high cost of feed. And so the farmers are complaining. And imagine you are a livestock farmer who has grown your animals to meet age, and you have to continue feeding them and all the losses that it comes with. Then the other key aspect, which is the driver of every economy, agro-processing, and the look at agro-industry, how we are able to provide inputs for further processing. We believe that these are the critical areas that require attention, both for food crops, for livestock, and even for cash crops. All these three areas of agriculture, if we are able to look at production, look at marketing, look at agro-processing in the respects that I have put them, we believe it is the solution. And so I would quickly move to how we intend to cure this under the umbrella of food security, making Ghana a food secured country. And so for those of us who are into agriculture, and for those of us who are into policy, we appreciate very well the four legs of food security, which is the availability of the food, the affordability of the food, if you want, the accessibility of the food, and utilization. This maybe for those of us in academia would tell you that they are the four legs of food security. But there's a new leg, which is called convenience, where agro-processing comes in. And our policy, which is dubbed the Agriculture for Economic Transformation, encompasses all these legs that I have spoken about. So I will take time and turns to share how we intend to use agriculture as the driver for our economy, the economic transformation that we so much yearn to get, how we are going to use agriculture to do that. And so we'll start from the smallholder farmer, the peasant farmer, and how we are going to make you more productive and how your business is going to be more productive and how you are going to be profitable, how you are going to be motivated, get the youth to also join. We believe that since we all agree and share that the input cost is the biggest problem, where as it stands currently, when you want a bottle of Gramozone, you have to spend almost 100 Ghana, 110 Ghana. When you want a bag of fertilizer, you are spending 600 Ghana and all that. President Mahama is saying that why don't we send the inputs direct to the doorsteps of the farmer? But this time around, let's build farmer services centers. Which farmer services centers will get government to procure all these inputs? Within the procurement and the delivery of these inputs to the farmer services centers, input subsidy is considered. And so our intention is to combine the age-old practice of input subsidy and input credit that we have tried and it has failed over the period. Because essentially, if you don't look at the kind of model of input subsidy that you rent seekers take advantage of it. And Dr. Anyaba was talking about rent seekers who have taken over the inputs for the PFJ1 and even the PFJ2. Because then, again, it has been given to some party functionaries who are making money out of it, buying the inputs, and the inputs do not even go to the farmers. And so we are saying that under the farmer services centers, let's combine the input subsidy regime model with the input credit model. So that all the inputs that we would buy and put in the farmer services center, and these inputs are going to be tractors, plows, planters, harvesters, combined harvesters. And let me maybe at this point share this interesting story I experienced in Priska in Navrongo under the ICO irrigation project, one of the villages there. I was there to engage them, and their biggest worry was that for the past 2 weeks, they had wanted to harvest their rice, and they are looking for combined harvester to rent, and they can't get combined harvester to rent. And they were crying, complaining, just combined harvester. And so what the Farmer Services Center intends to do is that a place like Priska, you build the Farmer Service Center, buy the combined harvesters, buy the tractors and all that. And because it is government, you would be able to offer it to the farmers at a very cheaper, affordable rates for them to use for their farms. Indeed, currently, when you want a tractor to clear your farm, you get it for 500 Ghana cedi per acre. So every single acre, you are paying 500 Ghana cedi to get a tractor to clear your land. We believe that is exceedingly expensive. But that is also because of government policy. The withdrawal of the duty-free for this equipment and all those things. And that is why the people from Priska are not getting combined harvesters, because investors are unable to bring in these combined harvesters. Coupled with the exchange rate crisis that we are having, it has made it very, very difficult. And so President Mahama will bring these tractors and all the implements that it comes with, so that it would make it cheaper for the farmer. Now, if the farmer comes to rent, or as it were, request for the usage of these tractors in that community, and the farmer is not having the resources to pay that subsidized rate for the usage of the tractor, President Mahama is saying that that farmer would get the usage of the tractor on credit. And so it is heavily subsidized, all right, but again, the farmer can have access to the tractor on credit, so that if the farmer does not have money within that season, the farmer will still get his land prepared for cultivation. And the farmer wants some seeds to plant. These certified seeds are procured by government and put at the Farmer Service Center. And when the farmer comes and has money to procure the seeds, he gets the seeds at very subsidized prices. If he doesn't have the money, it is given to him on credit. The farmer wants agrochemicals. He wants the agrochemicals. The prices are heavily subsidized. He gets it when he has the money. He doesn't have the money, he gets it on credit. The farmer wants fertilizer. The fertilizer has been procured at the Farmer Services Center. He has the money, he buys at a very affordable price. He doesn't have the money, he gets it on credit. And so you are going to have a scenario where a farmer can grow his crops throughout the season and produce and make all the money that he wants, or the profitability that he can get, without spending a dime of his money. And the arrangement is such that when the farmer harvests the crops, The farmer doesn't even need to sell the crops to be able to come and pay the credit. The farmer can pay the credit with some of the crops. And so a farmer has harvested 100 bags of maize and he got some items on credit for 900 Ghana. The farmer will just need to, present 1 bag of maize and he pays the debt. We believe this is going to make it very convenient for farmers to be able to produce. And the thing about the Farmer Services Center is that it is not only the input supply chain services that they are going to provide. The Farmer Services Center is also going to provide post-harvest management services. They are also going to provide storage services, and it is going to be an avenue for the markets of the crops. And so the Farmer Services Centers will be carefully designed to provide that infrastructural arrangement for storage. So it will have the silos for storage for farmers, so that if a farmer harvests his crops and he's not ready to send to the market or sell on the market, you can go to the Farmer Services Center and have storage services, warehouse services to keep your crops. If you are willing to sell your crops, the Farmer Services Center will provide you the opportunity, the market where you can sell your crops. We believe this Farmer Services Center arrangement, combining the mechanization services, post-harvest services, market services, and even extension services would be very useful in allowing farmers to grow crops, increase yields, increase their profitability, and make their lives better. And above all other things, increase the supply of food and bring food prices down. And that is the whole idea of the Farmer Service Center. But above it all, we know that the inputs are not all the seeds and the mechanization and the fertilizer and the agrochemicals and all that. One major input, which I mentioned earlier, is land. In Ghana, agriculture has suffered the biggest of our sad fate because of our land tenure system. And so His Excellency is saying that let government get involved in providing the land inputs. Let government secure this land from the chief and build a farmland bank where land bank will be in the preserve of the districts, such that any young person, any farmer who would want to, farm any acres of land could walk to the district agric office and request for some portion of the land to grow crops. Remember, again, as we are trying to solve the problem of agriculture, we are also trying to battle with the issue of climate change. And the issue of climate change has been a problem for settlements. And so as part of the farmland banks, it is President Mahama's intention to secure the lands among the major stretches of the road across the country from down south to the north, so that we can use those stretches along the road as even carbon sinks. And so if those areas are farmlands and has been offered for those who want to do large-scale agriculture, the plants they put there may serve as carbon sinks to help us to even fight the menace of climate change. Then under our Agriculture for Economic Transformation program, under which the Feeding Ghana program is couched, which brings out the Farmer Services Center, we also have some key targets to some key staples, because we have realized that agriculture in Ghana is not linked to food. And so we mostly talk about production, and we produce things that really are not linked to the food consumption systems of our country. And so President Mahama is looking at redefining our food systems, because if you don't define and prescribe a policy for your food, somebody will sit somewhere in his country, define your food systems for you. Currently, our food systems are imported food systems. We used to love our banku, we used to love our fufu and TZ. Now, all this food has become a preserve for the rich, and we do not even eat them anymore. Indomie has taken over. And we believe that it is mainly because sometimes the food ingredients for this food is the source of the problem. Hausa cocoa used to be a very common staple. Now, the ingredients for preparing Hausa cocoa is even in deficit. There is a problem. We can't get our Hausa cocoa anymore. And so we believe that there is a need to target certain key food crops. Which food crops government target its investment beyond the Farmer Services Center, so that if government is providing support of seeds to farmers, government knows that it has a target to produce in surplus soya bean, produce in surplus maize, produce in surplus millet, produce in surplus sorghum. And every motivation that the government must provide for farmers to be able to produce these identified food crops, we would be able to provide these food crops. And so we have what we call the Transformational Grain Development Program. This Transformational Grain Development Program has selected certain key grains, which we believe Ghana is really suffering in terms of production. And as maybe Dr. Nyaba mentioned, there are certain foods that are in deficit in Ghana. And soya bean is one of them. Sorghum is even becoming a problem. Millet is becoming a problem, and so on and so forth. And so our intention is to target maize, target soya bean, target sorghum, target millet under the Transformational Grain Development Program, so that government would be able to produce in excess, both to meet the human consumption and livestock consumption. Because again, if your agriculture fails in terms of crop production, it also affects livestock production. And that is why Dr. Nyaba would have to lament about the crisis in the livestock sector. And so this Transformational Grain Development Program would seek to target areas where these grains do very well and invest heavily in producing these grains. Indeed, if you look at the agroecological demarcation of Ghana, about 4 agroecological zones are key and viable enough to grow almost all these grains and grow them in excess. And so we believe this targeting would be very crucial for that. Then again, let's recount that we are spending $400 million every year on tomatoes alone. This car service has proven that every single household spends 40% of their income only on tomatoes. Onions have not come in. Pepper have not come in. Condo has not come. Cassava has not come. And so that tells you that tomato has become a critical food crop for the country, and that every investment possible should be targeted into this particular food crop. The irony is that we go and sign a $3 billion IMF arrangement facility, and they are giving you $600 million a year, and you spend $400 million out of that $600 million to import only tomatoes. It means that your country is sick. And so, ladies and gentlemen, President Mahama is saying that let's have a vegetable development program which will target these key vegetables. Pepper, we are in deficit. Tomato, we are in deficit. Onion, we are in deficit. And you have no idea how much forex we spend on these 3 staples to get the country going. Meanwhile, Ghana has unlimited potential to grow tomatoes. In fact, my PhD thesis was in tomatoes. I studied the technical efficiency and competitiveness of Ghanaian tomato production. And indeed, all the 6 agroecological zones in Ghana, you can grow tomatoes. And so that means that we have no excuse as a country not to grow tomatoes. Even in the southern belt, I see you coming close. I hope my time is not up because I just started. And so, thank you very much. I will try and adjust because I have so much to say. So, what I'm driving at is that the potential is very huge. Now, what has been the limiting factor? The limiting factor has been plant water source. Now, plant water source, which is also in unlimited supply, it's unbelievable. Look, in Ghana, around the sub-region, Ghana is the only country that has the largest freshwater body that can be used for agriculture. Every year you hear of the crisis from the Bagri Dam. When the Bagri Dam is filled, then houses are submerging and all that. I can't imagine how a country would sit down with all the spillage from Burkina Faso and the overflow that we get here. Even though Burkina Faso is a landlocked country, drier than ours, they are able to get water, spill it. We get crisis here, and we are not able to harvest the water for irrigation. And that begs the question. Our friends, I remember in 2016, the first day their flag bearer announced the One Village, One Dam. That was the day His Excellency President Mahama had cut the sword for the Tamni Dam in the Garu Timpani area. And I remember very well that the news was up and everybody was discussing irrigation. Then the flag bearer mounted a platform somewhere and said, oh, they will build more dams and they will do one village, one dam. Indeed, the one district, one factory also came up because of the Commander Sugar Factory. But be that as it may, down the line, we have seen this government's lack of commitment, lack of tact, and lack of investment in irrigation. When the dry spell came this year, I asked myself, so where is the one village, one dam? There was a lot of noise that was made with the one village, one dam. I had toured this country twice this year. And every village I go, I want to see the dam. Most of them have turned into football fields. And so we can't just pay lip service to irrigation. We must invest. And that is why President Mahama is saying that under his irrigation policy, ladies and gentlemen, under his irrigation policy, he is looking at harnessing the unlimited potential for fresh water and plant water supply in the country by constructing not only the Tammany phase 2 that he started and still has not been completed. In fact, the phase 1 is still struggling. Our friends couldn't complete it. But he's going to complete that and do the phase 2. And most importantly, do the Pualugu Dam, which our friends have spent $12 million on and no single work has been done. Beyond that, President Mahama commissioned the National Nabogo irrigation project. That was also left to rot. He's saying that we'll go back to the National Nabogo project. Then along the water leak, we have the Willie, we have all the other, potentials along the lake where we can develop and we would have all year round production of vegetables. And this whole idea of irrigation development is to target vegetable production so that we'll be able to produce in excess to meet the needs of the country. Then one very important point as part of the irrigation. The idea of the farmland banks that I mentioned earlier is also very key in solving this problem, particularly if it is linked to irrigation development. So all these land banks that we are talking about would have irrigation systems linked to them so that it makes it easy to get plant water supply for your crops. Then maybe quickly, like before I sit down, livestock. I see the National Cattle Farmers president in the room. We had an engagement with them and they made some proposals. Alaj, it is gratifying to mention to you that your National Livestock Day that you requested is in the NDC manifesto, and President Mahama is saying that we would have that day to celebrate the work of the livestock farmers in this country. But having said that, livestock has become very key for our economic survival, not only the food survival, but our economic survival. Because as Dr. Nyaba said, we spend so much money in importing meat products to meet the protein needs of the country. We import a lot of poultry into this country. In fact, when you walk off the streets and you want to buy fried yam and you get chicken, you want to buy fried rice and you get chicken. All those chicken are imported chicken, most of which are just dead chicken that has been dressed and brought into the country. President Mahama is saying that under the poultry farm to the table policy, we are going to make provision of day-old chicks to certain farmers. The target is to be able to revitalize the broiler industry so that we would be able to produce the meat that we consume. Remember that we have done it before. In 2014, when we started the broiler revitalization program, we were able to cut down poultry imports by significant 55% by the arrangements that we did at the time. We saved a lot of farmers. I'm a farmer. I'm a poultry farmer. In my enclave, every single farmer there has closed down. And I am also even thinking of closing down because of feed cost. The feed cost is exceedingly expensive. Now, a 50 kilo bag of soya bean meal for your animal is 600 Ghana cedi. A 50 kilogram bag of maize is 450 Ghana cedi. And so, how can the farmer survive? Particularly when he would have to spend so much in feeding the birds, and he will produce the eggs, and somebody will grant license for importation of eggs. that is a problem. Indeed, President Mahama is saying that with this poultry farm to the table program, we are going to supply the day-old chicks and also give feed support to the farmers so that they would be able to grow enough and grow enough eggs. And let me remind you that the crate of egg today is 80 Ghana cedis. Under John Mahama, it was 7 cedis, 50 pesos, and in some instances, 8 cedis. And so, ladies and gentlemen, colleague farmers, we have a lot to do. And we will need you to support us to do this. We have made the pledge and the commitment that we are going to partner the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana to be able to make agriculture better. And this pledge is an unrelenting one because we believe, above all other things, we can't do it alone. We will need your partnership so that all these great policies that we are thinking of, we will be able to implement them efficiently without rent seekers taking advantage, like what has happened to our friends PFJ 1 and 2. Thank you very much. And we hope that the questions will give us opportunity to talk about the other areas. Why is it that it appears that my time is very short?
Nobi is even saying. Anyway, a round of applause for Dr. Otukono. Please, let's stay within time so we can have enough time to do the question and answer because there's a lot of questions coming your way, so please. Time for us to listen to the independent vice presidential candidate, Mr. Nyaba Aweba Zongo, please. An applause.
Good morning to you all. Let me acknowledge the executives and members of the Peasant Farmers Association for this important platform to also share our policies with you. Colleague political party representatives, sister farming groups, the media fraternity, special invitees, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing in for my presidential candidate. Initially, when the subject of this forum caught my attention, I said, but it's meant for political parties, and particularly for those who have been in office before, because it's more about accountability. But we are coming from the independent front, and we are not backed by any political parties. But I think it is good. It is about nation building to also share our policies with you going forward. I was stunned by the statistics my namesake, Dr. Nyaba, churned out. And I can show you, I am sure you have had several engagements with political parties during each elections, right from 20, I'm sure over the years. And the statistics that you have churned here, I can assure you that next 4 years, you will churn the same statistics before the political parties. Subsequent years, you will change the same statistics before the political parties, and it will remain the same. This is what one time Karl Marx said, we have so far interpreted the world, but the point, however, is to change it. The cutting-edge solutions are not coming forward. Now, I am standing in for George Chum Berima Adu. George Chum Berima Adu is a chartered international consultant. I am also coming from development consultant. I am also coming from a development planning background. When he called me to be his running mate, he said, Azongo, my major concern is the state of Ghana's agric. And we need to churn out a one-stop shop development model to be able to address this. Before then, he has heard of me working with the late Dasibre Professor Oti Boateng for a homegrown development model for Ghana, Africa, and the developing world. It was presented at the UN 79 session of the UN Commissioners meeting, and it was held by global leaders. So he said, come and let us put our heads together. He said, come and let us put our heads together and come out with a globally competitive policy model for the agric sector. So eventually, we settle on agric for wealth as a policy. And for the agric for wealth, what we are saying is that we are going to transform the agric sector as a vector for wealth creation. Now, he has had a lot of engagement with you. At least that is a striking vindication of his commitment to supporting agric development in the country. And we are saying the goal for this agric for wealth policy is to ensure prosperity, work, and happiness for all players in the agric sector to make Ghana the food basket of West Africa. That is our goal. To make Ghana the food basket of West Africa. Then, secondly, a global organic food basket hub of the world. Well, we are taking inspiration from the fact that Ghana was the first country in the world to prepare a development plan. So we pioneered development planning, and after a decade, Russia also learned from us, and then India followed in that recession. But we slipped along the line, and we believe that once we pioneered development planning, and we are all coming from development planning background, we can come out with something competitive. We can even incubate a globally competitive model and hatch that model for the rest of Africa. So our vision, our dream is not just Ghana. Our dream is beyond Ghana. And I'm going to share this with you. And I'm also shocked by the fact that, yes, the importance of agri cannot be emphasized. It is self-evident to all of us. In fact, we are underdeveloped because agri is underdeveloped. So if we want us to witness development, develop agri, and I can assure you, because it is a labor-absorbing sector, and it is the propelling sector of this country's economy. And for those of us coming from the development planning background, when we say a propelling sector, we mean that that is 20% of the sector that requires 80% of investment. 20% of the sector that requires 80% of investment. So make a huge investment there, and it will propel the rest of the sectors. So that is how we are seeing agri. I am saying, in terms of the justification or the importance of agri, that cannot be emphasized because it is captured in the Constitution. It is captured in Article 36, the directive principle of state policy. And it is binding on government. And clause 3 of that Article 36 and 5, it says that the state shall take appropriate measures to promote the development of agriculture and industry. Of course, agri and industry are mutually reinforcing. It's about agro-industry. And in clause 5, it also says that for the purposes of the foregoing clauses, within 2 years after assuming office, the president shall, and we all know the mandatory importance of shall, at least from our legal luminaries. When it is shall, it is mandatory. The president shall present to Parliament a coordinated program of economic and social development policies. All other policies have been camped as one. But then it said, including, for emphasis, agricultural and industrial programs at all levels, from district, region, to the national. And then, in all regions of Ghana, meaning all the regions of Ghana must have their distinct plans, and at the end of the day, what the president will do here will be to coordinate all the regional plans from all the regions, put them together as a coordinated plan, and then present this to the representatives of the people, Parliament. It said 2 years. And I think it is allowed, the 2 years is to allow for a comprehensive policy framework for agricultural development. Because by then, if we are to prepare a development plan, you need a development planning framework. So for the district assemblies, NDPC prepares medium-term development planning framework for them to guide them in preparing their own plans. So it means what this article is saying is that the president will have to commission either NDPC or any of the agencies to prepare a comprehensive policy framework for agric development. And with this framework, that would then guide all the regions. So these issues that have been raised, particularly for the concept note that was attached to the invitation, I realized that if we had done this, and it's mandatory, it is binding on the president, then all these issues would have been captured. And again, the good thing about this is that they are saying every 2 years, the president, the second term of the president, you have to submit this. So which means that even if a president is going for the second term, the next 2 years, you have to review the comprehensive policy framework for agric development and then review the whole comprehensive development program for agric development as is been stated here categorically, so that it is more or less in that cyclical order, progressively. So any new challenges, any new changes, just like what has been outlined here, the Galamsey issues and the rest, would have been captured by all the regions. But once again, I can say on authority with what I have seen that there is an absence of a comprehensive policy framework for all the regions and all the levels, right from the district to the national level, to prepare their comprehensive national development plan, and for the president to at least present this before Parliament as a policy document for agricultural development. So it has been captured in the Constitution. And for directive principle of state policy, it is binding. But for the Constitution, it is not binding on the political parties. So that is where we are now. Now, against this background, that's why we are saying the directive principles of state policy, which is a binding document for the president to abide by, and for the fact that George Chumberima Adu believes that this is the propelling sector for Ghana's development. The Agric Forward policy was subsequently developed, and we adopted it as our flagship policy. So that is our flagship policy. And now, in the global development industry, what they are saying is that agric development and rural development are mutually inclusive. But over the years, we target agric development separately with development from rural development. But you can't develop the other one and leave the other. So now, the global development order currently, after so many years of lessons, are now saying that the new order is agric, rural, dual-centric development symbiosis. That is the new order. And so if you present any policy framework, and this is all about agric, and you leave out rural development, there is no way you can decouple the two and succeed. And your presentation, including the concept note that you attach to the invitation letter, rural development runs through. So it means that you cannot decouple rural development from agric development. The two are like Siamese twins. Now, we are saying that even currently, there is a provision for that in the Directive Principle of State Policy 36(2)(d), that for rural development, the government is mandated to ensure even and balanced development. They say even and balanced development for all the regions of Ghana. The second one, for every part, each in Ghana. The third one, in particular, improve conditions of life in the rural areas. It's in the Directive Principle of State Policy. The final one, address any imbalances between the rural and urban development. Address any imbalances. Now, how do we assess this? We can assess the effectiveness of this in population variables. Now, for every 30 years, Ghana's population more than doubles. So in 1930, Ghana's population was about 2.7, and we had 9% of the population living in the urban areas. Now, in 1960, Ghana population more than doubled to 6.9 million, and we had 23.1% of the population living in the urban areas. 1990, 15.45 million, and we had about 36.4% of the population living in the urban areas. Now, 2020, another population 2.18 million. And we had about 57.3% of the population now living in the urban areas. Currently, for the next 30 years, 2050, we will be increasing between 60 and 70 million. Another Ghana on top of the current Ghana. And for any development, for any policy, the population variables must be taken into consideration, because without a population, you can't plan anything, because you are planning for people. So that is the scenario. So it means that by 2050, according to the projection, we will have about 89 living in the urban areas. Meanwhile, the total land size of the urban centers in Ghana constitutes less than 2%. So if it is 2% and the 98% are the constitute the rural block, it means that the entire rural communities is atrophied, and we say they are deprived of economic life. So it means that for all the rural development policies and for all the decentralization to this is what we have been able to deliver. We have not been able to ensure even and balanced development across all the regions, in every part of each region in Ghana, and they say improve conditions of life in the rural areas, and then if there is any imbalances. But now, even Ashanti region, Kumasi constitutes less than 1% of the population of Ashanti region. No, the land size of Ashanti region, less than 1%. But 71% of Ashanti region population now resides in Kumasi. So are we planning? The only sector that you can use to redistribute the population is to ensure rural and agri development. So it means that all the policies today have not worked. Now, what we are saying is that, given the provision here, first, we have one development philosophy. We have one development philosophy. That this time, we are adopting a people-centric development philosophy. Yeah. And with that people-centric development philosophy, what we are saying is that we are not going to plan for you. We are not going to just formulate any agri development plan and we dump it on you. What we are saying that we are going to plan a Agri for World program with you. And we are also saying that the Agri for World planning with you means that after the adoption of the final comprehensive blueprint for all the regions and for the district up to the region to the national level, what it now means is that once we come out with a final blueprint, then this is what will be presented to Parliament in fulfillment of the mandate that is being enshrined in the directive principles of state policy. So it is clear. I think if there is any accountability, we need to pull the strings of the government to make sure that at least this particular mandate is adhered to. Now, what we are proposing here is that for the Agri for World and the Ghana, it is twofold. Ghana first within cost. What we are going to do is that it is to help us come out with that comprehensive program for agri and industrial development. And we are saying that under the auspices of NDPC, we are going to coordinate all of them, Ministry of Agri and all the stakeholders. We want to reimagine, redefine, and repurpose every sector of agri to ensure that it is in the best interest of Ghana, to ensure that it benefits Ghana's agri sector, and within cost, to cut waste. And where there are weaknesses, it will all help us because all these sectors are being superintended over by institutions. Because that is the only way you can go back and then strengthen the institutional capacity and strengthen the quality control mechanisms of these institutions so that we'll be able to deliver the much needed development to correct all these crises, to respond to these crises. So, in effect, this first part is to help George Chumberima Adu presidency present a comprehensive plan as is mandated under the directive principle of state policy. Of course, I will not bore you. We have a lot of items here that at least it should include the following areas: promoting cooperatives with single digit, cheap cost of financing, impulse machinery. All these are the irrigation, seed. But then, the second aspect is also quite important. We want to have the first Ghana Regional Agropolitan Development Plan for Ghana. Now, the Agropolis is an agric development model where they borrow urban ideas, just like what we have here as gated communities or the universities. For instance, if we took UST, for instance, UST was just built in virtually a forest area. But then UST influenced the development of all the adjoining communities. But when they built UST, UST had all the facilities. They have entertainment centers, commercial centers. They have all the roads, all the infrastructure, everything. They have research institute. So Agropolis is just like building a university, building an urban center in a rural district. But that district, that is an agric-based urban growth center. So they have access to everything. They have access to all this machinery. They have access to research institutions. They have access to educational facilities. They have access to, so it's like you have virtually lifted an urban center from Accra or Kumasi and fixed it in a rural district. But it is purely for agric and agric-related activities. There will be agro-processing industries. There will be it's just like a one-stop shop. And this model was implemented in Malaysia, piloted in Malaysia, and became successful. That urban-rural synergy. And it was just like a heart that was pumping blood to the rest of the rural enclaves around the agropolis. So it's like agric city. And they lifted all these rural communities. There is also a marketing aspect to it, component to it. So it's like a one-stop shop city. And what we are proposing is that we will try as much as possible retool NDPC to embark upon, at least there are best practices across the world, particularly in the Asian part of our world. And then we will study this, customize this to suit our Ghanaian situation. And then at the end of the day, all of us will sit down because it's going to be part of that comprehensive document that will be presented. So this means that we are going to plan with you. We are not going to plan for you. And so that is what is important. So once this is the development framework, it means that at the end of the day, all other issues will be captured right from the regions, all the 16 regions, all the 261 district assemblies, so that at the end of the day, the medium-term development framework that NDC would design for them, all these policies will be captured in. And then the regional development plans will also have all this. So this will then be the coordinated plan that President George Chum Berema Adu, if he is given the nod, and we know he'll be given the nod, there's no way, because we have an edge in terms of our policies over the rest, because they have been in office before and they have taken turns to govern us. So this is what we are saying. And what we are saying is that it is an established fact that sometimes the best path forward isn't about mending what has been damaged, but finding the strength to rebuild from a fresh perspective. It allows for growth and new possibilities that might not have been possible. And this is the unique brand of leadership excellence that George Chum Berema Adu is bringing to the table of Ghanaian leadership, and would want to enlist the support of all Ghanaians so that together we can chart this new course. But on the Galamsey issue, we already have a model for that. What we are saying is that the private-public partnership model is outmoded. Now, the private sector seems quite amorphous. It has no institutional context. So it appears that the private sector now, the public sector is virtually oscillating between the private sector and public sector, and is virtually becoming a conduit for corruption. Private, public, private, public. Now, we see the public sector as passengers, the leadership of the public sector. They come 4 years, they go. We also see the private sector, on the flip side, they are also parasites. What we are saying is that we have two institutional sectors in this country, chieftaincy and the public sector. They also have their institutional structures right from the communities level to the national level. But then, what we are going to do is that we are going to add the traditional sector into the current National Development Partnership Framework, so that we have the public sector as the policy enabler, we have the private sector as the engine of growth, and then we have the transitional sector, neutral mobilizer of the people, as the vehicle of development. And then what we will do is that the colonial crown policy, where we vest our mineral resources in the hands of just the president, and the president can decide to do anything. The traditional area, the forest resources belongs to the traditional areas. And they have customary laws governing the preservation of these forest resources. We are going to revert back to the traditional authorities. And if they have to enact stringent traditional customary laws to make sure that they preserve the environment, we will do that. Because after all, for the traditional leaders, the environment is the abode of their gods, and they will never destroy their gods. But where concessions are being given from Accra, and they just enter there for this colonial policy that is still in our policy, that is still not being intact, that is still being implemented by our government, and the president can wake up one day to say, enter the forest resources, destroy even the sources of our water body. If you don't change this particular development model, there is no way we can sustainably manage our forest resources. There is no way, Galamsey, because they are the very one, is the leadership order that is behind all these Galamsey menace. Because if indeed you are committed to managing the environment, you will not pass an LI for illegal miners, I will call them illegal miners, to enter into the forest reserves. So we are saying that the transitional sector will handle that so that we can hold them to account, instead of just allowing anybody at all concessions from Accra and they just enter the traditional areas forest resources without even acknowledging that the traditional leaders, they bypass them and destroy the forest, destroy the water bodies. And I'm sure the two of them, when they came here, I don't know if they mentioned anything about the management of this, the Galamsey menace. But we are saying that this is our solution. That is going to be the preserve of the traditional area. And they all have their laws that governs these forest resources. And so we will help them to even strengthen the traditional laws to ensure that at least nobody gives any concession from Accra to just enter into any traditional area, destroy the forest resource, water bodies, and leave them in a sickish environment. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nyaba Aweba Zongo. He is vice presidential candidate to the independent presidential candidate, Mr. George Chum Berima Edu. So it's time for us to then go to the movement for change, the Yellow Army. And we have the Director of Policy, Deputy Director of Policy, Mr. Courage Nobi. Please, an applause for him.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. I would stand on the existing protocols. The Movement for Change brings greetings from the Honorable Alan John Kojo Chematin, a leader par excellence, a politician for close to about 40 years in this country, but one without blemish, one who has no track record of corruption, one who has led his life in public service and private sectors with integrity. And for us, irrespective of what the policies say, if the leader lacks integrity, whatever we tell you today means nothing. Would come, be given the power, and nothing will be done. And that is the key difference that Alan Chematin brings to the table. The Movement for Change exists for 4 key things. First, we want to put these two parties who have governed this country since 1992 out of power. When that has been achieved, we want to form a government of national unity. That government of national unity will accommodate a second chamber of parliament which will have 25 representatives from across the Ghanaian society. Part of that representation would be farmers. Let me put that on. So Peasant Farmers Association will have a seat in that chamber. This chamber would have powers over the president when it comes to performance of certain functions like appointment of people to key state institutions and the likes. But the government of national unity will then constitute what we call the National Development Plan. And when that has been achieved, to advance that, he, as president, by his example, will champion what we call behavioral and attitudinal change. Because you agree with me, irrespective of all the laws that we have, our society needs to change. We need to change our attitude to work. The arrogance of power needs to be shifted. We need to be more patriotic, and all of this will be done. And so he put together what he calls the Great Transformational Plan. The Great Transformational Plan is a document that has been divided into 6 clusters. The first of which is the economy. The economy cluster has 4 major subsets: macroeconomy, agriculture, infrastructure, and tourism. And so what we are here to discuss today falls within the first cluster, which is the economy, and agriculture as a subset of the larger economy. So everything I'm going to present here falls within a bigger ecosystem of our economic management policies. So we've termed it the New Agricultural Revolution. The challenges have all been spelled out. And so after hearing the challenges, when I was listening to my own brother, Otukono speak, and then Honorable Moise speak, I was wondering why we still have these challenges numbered, most of which date back to even before the Fourth Republic. So what have they been doing for the 16 years apiece that they have been in power? Clearly, the solution for agriculture does not lie with either the NDC or the NPP. In June this year, we put out the Great Transformational Plan. If you hear anything that sounds similar to something that has been said here, it has been copied from us. I state that because we put our document out first. We put it out in June. These two came out around September to put it. So if you see anything that sounds similar, they copied it from us. So for us at Movement for Change, for want of time, I'll go straight to the key interventions that we want to bring about. The first one is making agriculture sexy. Make it attractive. Make more people want to go into it, and make those in it want to remain in it. And to do that, we are saying that there are 9 river basins in Ghana, 9. Based on those river basins, we'll develop what we call the farm banks or agro parks, the agro parks. At each of these parks, one of the biggest problems, I was seated by Alaji earlier before the discussions, and he was showing me a video of sand winning activity on his farm. And when they were asked, they said the district assembly allowed them to come and pick 4 truckloads of sand from his farm without any discussions with him. Many people who want to go into farming have challenge with land tenure. Even protecting what you have is a challenge. What Alan is saying is that the government, with all its power and authority, must come in to negotiate with the chiefs, traditional authorities, and take large tracts of farms, thousands of hectares of land. At these farms will be developed with these services. 1, agri-extension services, right there. Mechanization services or tractor services, right there. But also, executive management services, right there. Plus the big one, irrigation. Irrigation. And because these are government lands, except the government itself decides to steal, they are safe. Because they are government lands. And when that has been done, groups of farmers, individuals who are not in farming, want to go into farming, will come. And what the government will do, and this particular thing that will be put in place, will be managed by a private sector person, not the government. to take off the controlling hand of the government. What the government must do is provide a regulatory framework to regulate it, but allow the private sector to manage. So all these services will be private sector managed. Mechanization services, irrigation, all of that, none will be managed by the government. Because as a true conservative, he believes that government's participation in our lives should be minimal. And the private sector should be given the room to operate. And that is what we'll be doing. So at the agro parks, we'll give portions to people. If you can farm 5 acres, we'll give it to you, 10, 100, whatever size that you think you can. And what we will promote would be what we call cooperative farmer-owned businesses. All right. Many a times we want to operate alone, and alone we are not too strong. But if 5 farmers come together, maybe individually you are doing 50, 50, 50. But if you come together, you could do about 500, or you could probably do about 1,000. All right. That is what we are talking about. But when this has been done, how do they get information? So we're talking about coordinated and integrated agricultural research corporation to conduct all the research and to get the research information to the farmer. Then the most important thing in all this ecosystem again is credit. So differentiated agricultural credit scheme for the National Agricultural Revolution. If you are taking any loan at more than 10% as a farmer, you'll get into losses. So this dedicated credit scheme would make sure that you're able to borrow or get access to finance at single digits. Anything more than that, you cannot operate. Because what is the average turnover for a farm business? So if you are borrowing at a cost higher than your profit, you run out of business. Your farms will not do well. So that is one. Then invest in effective post-harvest management. Invest in effective post-harvest management. Effective post-harvest management. The attempt by government to control who you sell your produce to and how you sell and where you sell will not work, and it has not worked. It has not worked. And this is not just exclusive to even Cocoa Board. Cocoa Board and its operations and all, private sector participation is going to be allowed strongly, because it does not make sense that you have a monopoly that annually will have to borrow to be able to do its business. It means it's a non-profitable monopoly. And there's no reason why we should maintain such arrangements. And so across the board, in the entire agricultural value chain, we are going to empower the private sector to be the key engines in running the entire value chain. What the government then will do will be to regulate. That is all. Regulation, and then create the enabling environment for the individuals to thrive. Provide tax exemptions for the importation and construction of barges, ferries, and boats. You know, the entire Volta River provides a great opportunity for transportation and movement of agro products from farm to market. But we've not developed that extensively. So building an efficient and cost-effective transport system includes that. Alan Chamatin says that under him, now we assemble vehicles in this country. So under him, things like tractors and a lot of the basic machinery and input, we are going to assemble them right here in Ghana so that the cost would be affordable for our farmers. Local assembly of all mechanization and inputs. What that means is that we'll be creating jobs for your sons and daughters who have gone to school to study engineering. We'll be creating jobs for them as well. We'll do this here, and you have the opportunity to get these on credit. And those of you who have certain volumes of asset, you can now borrow at single digit to buy these tractors that your children have assembled right here in Ghana to use on your farm. So it's a whole ecosystem of local production. Then invest in effective Yes, post-harvest, I've spoken about that. We have about 80 warehouses that have been built in the last 7 years, in the last 8 years, that have been left there underutilized, non-utilized. So those must be utilized at all costs because they've been built. They've been built. But do we want a government agency to be running those? No. So you give the private member an opportunity to operate and share profit with the state because the state owns the asset. Operate it and share profit with the state. But Alan Martin also intends that the 5 northern regions will be developed into what we call the Grains and Cereals Development Hub for West Africa. The Grains and Cereals Development Hub for West Africa. He intends that for all the 5 regions. Then in the middle belt will be tree crop. Then along the border, Oti in particular, will be developed into the Fisheries and Aquaculture Development Hub for West Africa. You know, this to enable us to take advantage of the ecology for targeted investment in these areas. Because mostly what you have is that government spread thin without any focus to any areas, irrespective of the topography of the land, the suitability of the soil, and all of that. So we say, oh, we are doing an intervention. And we are sending intervention that is supposed to be targeted at a place that we can get our optimum benefit from, and we just spread it. So impact is always minimal. Impact is always minimal. So we are going to zone and develop all of these and then give you all the support that you need to be able to produce what is best produced in your area to supply, so that when we put it all together as an aggregate, we would have every part contributing a strength for holistic agricultural development. Now, there are also a number of technology solution centers spread across the country. We need to operationalize them. Because for us, anything that has already been built with the taxpayers' money must be utilized. Must be utilized. So our solutions are not separate from those. Because what we realize is that most often, government will spend money to put infrastructure there and forget about it, and we'll be talking about other infrastructure for more money, because that is where the incentive is: procurement, or give contracts, and the rest, with all the corruption associated. We want to be focused with our development. We want to be focused, and that is what we're doing. Then provide duties and tax exemptions for the importation of the input for the assembly of agricultural machinery and equipment right here in Ghana. What will all of these achieve? What will all of these achieve? A competitive agro-food sector, big employer of skilled labor force, strong sectoral growth, and a driver of economic development. If you cannot feed your people, you are not a sovereign state. If you cannot feed your people, you are not a sovereign state. And that is why it is important that we do all of these strategic development of agricultural sector, so that we can plant for food and industrialization. Because when you plant and you have a lot, you outgrow what you plan to eat, then you have raw material for industrialization, which now connects to the other aspects of the great transformation, which is industrialization. So that we are industrializing with the right materials from here. Just before I came here, Joy News put up an article on their website, and it says Ukraine to provide food for Ghana. They've been war-torn for over 2 years. That is the sad state of this country. With all the opportunities in land and soil and conditions and everything. So another key thing that we lose sight of is climate smart solutions. Climate resilience is a very integral part of our plan for agriculture. Because if you do not tackle the impact of climate change on local communities, particularly using agronomic practices, very soon you will not be able to produce there. Then we have already put out what we call the 10-point plan for fighting galamsey. It is only Alan Chamatin who has committed himself to stop galamsey within 1 year. And part of that, yes, to stop it within 1 year. And part of the solution is to put an immediate ban on all forms of small-scale mining. Because when you are bleeding, the first thing you want to do is to stop the bleeding. Put an immediate ban on all forms of small-scale mining, and within the 1 year, regularize it. But all the machinery, the truck that we see being bent, he says, no, we have the 48 Engineers Regiment. Can we allow them to take and keep stock of these machinery? Because they are useful. Because they are useful. Then cancel all existing small-scale mining licenses that have been issued in the past 15 years. After that, we now take an audit. So if you claim that you have all the requisite documentation, licenses, that allows you to mine, and you are mining according to those records, come and prove it. If you come and prove it, you are allowed to continue your business. Because most often what we hear is that Akonta Mines is in some forest, devastating the forest, and the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources said they don't have license to mine. And unfortunately, our president will tell us that Akonta Mine has done no harm, has done no wrong. But if you have prospecting license, is it consistent with what the activity that was going on there? Certainly not. So that is why we need to do that audit for the past 15 years to clear all the people who are wrongfully doing that in the name of prospecting with all minimal licenses, so that those who are actually in proper legal mining, the small scale, can continue their business. And this is how we are going to protect our water bodies. The law existing is that 100 meters to any river bank, there should not be any economic activity allowed there, so that the fauna can protect the water. So when I was growing up at Enyinem, where I was born, my uncles were vegetable farmers, and they had to use a pump to pump the water from pond all the way to the site, with hose, because if they farm anywhere close, if their farm gets very close to the water body, the local authorities were going to charge them. So this is a matter of enforcement. And Alan Chemati says he's going to enforce that to the latter, to make sure that your water bodies are protected so that you can use the water for your irrigating agriculture in order that you can feed us for a healthy nation. Thank you very much, and I wait for the questions then.
Thank you very much. Courage, Nobi, there. Well, all of them have spoken. It is now time for us to put them on the spot. So they've told us beautiful stories of what they want to do. Now it's time for us to interrogate all of the things that they want to. So I would humbly call on you, gentlemen, to take each of these seats for us. So, Courage Nobi, kindly take a seat here for us. Mr. Nyaba Aweba Zongo, please take a seat. Dr. Peter Boamo Tukono, Mr. Moses Enim, please. Yes. So they are now facing us, so we can look in their eyes and ask them the questions that we want to. If you come, let your question be quite short. We'll take 5 questions first. We'll come for answers and then we'll come back again. So I've seen your hand was up. Hey, more hands. So yours was up. I saw, how can I forget my own lady's name? Awula, exactly. Awula's hand was up. Who? President wants to. Hers was up as well, and then yours was up. So I'll take one, Awula, the lady, you, and then President. But let me start from this man because his was up earlier. Please give him a microphone for me.
Okay.
But you can be where you are,
Oh,
so you
okay.
can, and then you look
Okay,
at them
I
in the
want to
face and
face
ask
them.
them. Okay, yeah, face them.
Hey, thank you. Good morning, gentlemen.
We are now in the afternoon.
Yeah. So today we are friends. Oh, yeah. There's no problem. You see, I'm saying this because I'm saying today we are friends because after 7th December, January, February, March, I'll visit some of you in your offices with my executive director or the CEO of Ekwafen Kitua. There, we become people that you call us. We are here because of some politicians have sent us. Meanwhile, that is not the case. We have been friends for too long. We have worked with all of you. We went to an office. They told us that, oh, you are coming here just to play politics. Just because we are coming to say that, no, when we took the decision, that was not what we said. So today we are following up to see that you do what you promised to do. Then we will become an enemy. So we are pleading that the past is gone. Next time, don't do that. We are not coming there to harm you. We are not coming there. We are coming to ask for you to account to us what you promised us. Now, 2020, I remember clearly because what is in my heart brought me is the same thing that brought me today. We spoke about combined harvesters because I'm a rice producer. And you promised that, oh, you make it available, affordable prices for farmers, reduce the cost of importations so that we'll be able to get it. In fact, last week, I suffered, even when I got a combined harvester to harvest my rice, I sold it at a wrong, price because I have to give 6 bags, and that's one bag.
So your question and who it is directed to?
It's to, for this question I'm asking is the two.
The two?
The NDC and NPP.
Okay.
Because they all promise. So even NDC is not part, but I'm still reminding him. I'm still reminding you that you said the answer was that, oh, you will do it for us. But unfortunately, you didn't get the thing. But you are expecting something. Is that not it? Okay, no problem. Okay, so when opportunity comes, try. We need the combined harvesters on the field.
That is fine. Thank you very much.
That is why we are here. In fact, I have to enter into a boat to cross and go to Walwale, take a car and come here. So even if I die, I don't care because I'm coming to do something important. That is why I'm here.
Okay.
So if you come next 2028 and I'm alive, I didn't die, and I come and you still tell me that, oh, they combine harvesters, what and what, I will leave something behind with my children. In fact, I carried, this thing, during Buzia and Guadima's time, a ballot box, I carried. That was the time I started politics. So some of you, maybe, if you were there, you were in school. Because we didn't get the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Yes. So now, my question is this. I'm now coming to the real question. So, 2020, we will make a decision based on what you are assuring us. But you see, there is one thing. Are you people telling us that the warehouses that you promised putting in place, others spoke about FS, is it Farmer Service Centers? Farmer Service Centers.
I think you're
I want to find out from you, the Farmer Service Center. Yeah. Who are the people who are going to manage there? Because sometimes it's not you people, but those who are there to manage it. Are you giving it to DCEs to manage? Thank you.
Okay, I'm grateful.
Because I know a DCE cannot manage.
Please, when we give you the opportunity to ask your question, because of time, kindly keep it brief for us.
I hear. But let us all take a cue. Let me go to Awola because I said Awola's hand was up. I'll come to our other female. Please get a microphone to Awola for me.
Good afternoon. We all know that water is life. Without water, we're not going to have any farming. And water is polluting illegal mining is polluting our water bodies. Now, apart from Alan Tremantin, who in his 10-point plan has given us solutions to ending the menace of illegal mining, I didn't hear it with the others. I've looked at the manifestos, I haven't seen anything. And I'm particularly concerned because with the NDC, they said they had adopted the Eco-Conscious Citizens Manifesto, and they were also going to pause community mining. We know the devastation of small-scale mining on our water bodies, on our environment, but I didn't see it reflected in the manifesto. So my question to all the panelists, apart from, of course, the Alan Tremantin's party, is that what are your plans regarding illegal mining, which is causing an existential threat?
Okay.
An existential threat. And we know that 2 million peasant farmers are at risk of losing their livelihood as a consequence of illegal mining. Thank you.
Grateful to you, Awola. Quite short there. Let me come to the National Women's Organizer of the PFAG, please. Yes. You have a microphone there.
Thank you very much. In fact, my question goes to all of them, but not all of them per se, specifically NDC, NPP, to be precise. It's like, but we are sick and tired of this, up and down tricks thing. Why am I saying this? You read a lot. We've heard you here, blah, 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 and what have you. The only thing I want to know or see or maybe hear from you is about how we are going to get copies of your manifestos and how after here, if there should be anything we can get to you guys. Because it's rather unfortunate we can just see you or come into contact with you 4 years' time. And it is rather unfortunate for we the farmers. Let me be frank with you guys. We have putting measures in place not to mind you, these two strong parties again. But if I could remember, it is the independent. I am very much happy with how Chumberima's representative presented his whole everything. But lo and behold, it's like in summing up, he says he's going to plan with us. You see, that is what you guys were supposed to, do or maybe things. But it's rather unfortunate you plan for us, and at the end of the day, the whole thing goes back, which is rather unfortunate. So from now, like I said, we want to get copies of your manifestos. How are we going to get them? Good. And right from here also, maybe in case there is something, how are we going to come into contact with you guys? But with the presidential candidate of the Mr. Chumberima, but if I may say, we have been able, from what he's saying here, not for saying sake, and I'm not campaigning for him, for them per se. But the thing is, from what he has just said has a true reflection on what I have seen, because I have been able to meet them one-on-one in the office. We interact together for that matter, and it's like, initially they were not understanding certain things, but at the end of the day, they agreed with us. So looking at this step, meaning when they come to power, yes, they are going to help farmers. Do you get me right? So as, don't worry, okay. So as, you don't worry the mic, they are hearing me. So as after here, we want to still engage with you guys. Don't think that maybe you have come to power, and so you will be doing your own thing altogether. So we are pleading with you guys.
Okay. All right.
Yes,
thank you very much, National Organizer. Let me take the President Wepia, and then I'll take Mr. Karawe.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mine will be on the credit for farmers. I think I heard a MPP representative mention it. Usually, because I remember during 2020, COVID-19 time, there was a package, a relief package. So this is to support farmers, this is to support this sector. many of the peasant farmers could not access this. Why? Issues of collateral. Even recently with the drought spell, I heard the minister talking about loans will be advanced to farmers, and again he was mentioning that ADB and other banks will be involved. You look at the peasant farmer in the community, you go there and you are required to bring collateral, bring landed property, bring documents, vehicle documents and all that. So what I want to hear is that when it comes to allocating such credit facility, specific needs of the peasant farmer should be catered for. Because if you put it general and you go and they are demanding all these things, at the end of the day, you see that the money or the support is going to different people. It will not come to the smallholder farmer. Because the requirements that they need, the documents that they need, the collateral that is demanded by the financial institutions, most of our members do not have it. So specifically, it's in there for the peasant farmer that when we go, we'll be exempted from some of these things, and of course, we'll actually have access to the credit facilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Edward Karawe, and then we'll come in and take answers. Yes, Mr. Karawe. No, you. I mean, when we come in the second round, we can pick you.
I'm extremely happy, and then I've learned a lot from these great men here. If you listen to Movement for Change, I enjoyed this expression, that if you cannot feed your people, you are not a sovereign state. So the question is, today, is Ghana a sovereign state?
And that's a question to all of them? Or is it a rhetorical question?
I'm also, it's not rhetorical. It's for all of us to answer, and then even those at the panel to answer. So is Ghana a sovereign state? Can we feed ourselves? Okay. These are great men, and I like their great ideas. And then when you come to George Chum Barima, that is the independent candidate, and then in Yaba, it's so exciting that they have great ideas, and they are rooting their future development on the constitution and the laws of this country. What we've seen over the period is to ignore the law, is to ignore what is in the constitution, and then they do whatever they want to do. But they are focusing on the constitution, and I just hope that they will come and do same. Now, when you come to NDC, it's also exciting to hear them say that they have a model that is for subsidy and credit facility model combined. All of them, apart from the MPP, are yet to come. So this is what they are promising. But me, I would like to start with what we are today, and whether or not we could not have changed that, and whether we must wait until we become president. I listened to my friend. He's talking about Baumia says this. But what about, is he not part of a government? What does the government do? You are talking about irrigation. And I speak passionately because the dry spell, which some of us said it is a drought. Some say it's a dry spell, could have been mitigated if the Polgo Dam was built. The Kaya people you find here, if the dam had been built, we would have had less of those Kaya here. I'm speaking like this. I am from Upper East. I got to where I am by farming at the Tono irrigation project. So irrigation is critical. The question I will ask again is, what is the one village, one dam? Where is it? Is it that the whole program is complete? Is there nothing to do about it again? Now, the final thing is, I want to ask this. Someone has already said here, you can't do agriculture without land. Where is our land today? Where is our land? There is no land for agriculture. The second thing is, where is our water? Do we have water? I hear my friend from MPP, I think maybe, talking about the Black Volta or the rest, whoever has spoken about that. Very soon, those waters will not also exist if we don't deal with the galamsey. Where is our seed situation? What are we doing about that? Okay. So, and how do we link these party manifestos to a national development agenda?
Okay.
How do we link that? And I'm asking this question because it will be very difficult to be so hard on someone who is here to come and is saying that this is what I will do, than the person who is there today. And so far, what have you done about that? So these are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's now come and take the answers. After, we'll come back to you and pick 5 more. Let's pick the answers now, and then we'll come back for the second round. Yes. So you can start. I mean, any of you, but I would like to start with you because you have a microphone. Mr. Nyaba, however. The question that was directed to you, yes.
By the fact that it is very difficult for a chief to come out and express these sentiments public. But they will tell you that, look at the minerals. These are crown colonial policy, where they confiscate mineral resources on your own land. And when it is discovered, they say the state will have to hold that in trust for the people. And then they just enact the laws in Accra. They give concessions from Accra. They just enter your traditional area and destroy everything. And the principle even in development is that these are open access resources, because you can't enter Obuasi gold mines because it's a close-ended resource. But where we have open access resources like the forest, and then the concession have to come from Accra, and then they will destroy the forest, and they will have to bear the brunt. When it happens like that, the people themselves will decide to destroy their own forest in order to benefit from that, than allow strangers to come in. That is a general principle. So you might blame the chiefs, you might blame some of the community members that they are into Galamsey, but they tell you that they are coming to destroy. And so why should we sit here and allow them to come and destroy? There was one particular chief.
So what do you intend to do?
There was one particular chief as Watreso. He said a tree fell on his land, and he decided to use communal labor. At the end of the day, they were able to get furniture for the school case. And he was arrested. That is somebody's concession. He said, but that is my own land. So you see, the challenge is that now we have given all the powers to the president, the public sector leadership. So what we are saying is that the traditional leaders themselves has customary laws for managing these forest resources. And they have been doing that over the years. So we want to revert it back to the traditional leaders and to help them enact strict laws, customary laws. And if we are going in to prospect for minerals there, it means that the community will have to sign the agreement with you. You will have to go by their customary laws. And you can't just enter in and destroy that and leave, destroy the water bodies and leave. And their hands are tied because everything has to come from Accra. So we are here saying we are incorporating the traditional sector into the private-public partnership, so that we can have private-public, because they are the owners of the land. And 80% of the lands in Ghana are 2 lands. So the chiefs, their hands are tied. And that is the general sentiments are gathered from them. If it will revert to them, they will manage the resources sustainably.
So that's how you intend to deal with Galamsey. Okay. Yes, Nobi.
Thank you very much.
I think the power of our traditional authorities is not in doubt. If you check River Ofin is not polluted upstream. It only gets polluted around Western Central region. So Barikese Dam is safe because Asantehene insists no galamsey in this area, irrespective of the current legal regime. So I find it difficult to agree with chiefs who go by this logic. The chiefs have the power to stop what is happening to a certain extent. But if they say that because there's destruction coming, so we are allowing the local people to themselves destroy, I do not think that is right. And so what we have decided to do, and if you check the Great Transformational Plan, page 49, under constitutional reform, because it's one of the things that we want to do, that we need to reform the constitution. Point 9, it says, amend Article 2576 to establish traditional authorities as co-trustees with the president in respect of all mineral rights in Ghana. Yes, so that they now have a legal backing. Because there are some of the chiefs too who get bullied by political appointees. The chiefs who are not as strong or whose territorial mandate is not as strong as the Asantehene get bullied. But when we are able to give them legal backing constitutionally, where they are co-trustees to the president, so that you cannot sit in Accra and just issue the license for the person they are there and they are just showed that, oh, I have license to do this. Able to be more those who now are oriented to, but this illegal money thing is at the very heart of our survival. But on the credit finance, Mr. President, so what we have is what? Differentiated credit regime. So that if in a normal banking sector, you need to provide 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 before you can get access to funding. What we are saying that for farmers, because of the nature of it, it shouldn't be so. So they have a different regime that makes it easy for them to get access to the funds. But importantly, at single digits credit. When my brother from the NDC is talking, you see that there are a lot of the initiatives he's talking about is still government-centered, government-run, government-driven. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked in at least the 32 years of the fourth Republican democracy. It will not work. Take your hands off it, create a room, let the private sector manage it, and we'll see it thrive. Then we can feed ourselves. Thank you.
All right, grateful to you. Courage will be there. Ms. Enim, please.
Thank you very much. Let me start by senior. Senior, you will live long. Oh. Yes, you will live long. You will live long to see the progress. That's right. You will live long to see the progress of your rice farming. And I know government made effort to get combined harvester. Maybe not too much enough to your end, but we'll draw the attention and get back to you. But it's very important. And the reason why Dr. Baumia believes strongly that we need to cede 3% of some government expenditures on roads and whatever to the private sector and save 30 billion for such investment, so that at least the private sector can also have control a little to invest in it. And it is very key. So we will plead with you. We will definitely get there. For the water illegal mining, Mami, in our manifesto, you see a lot of Dr. Baumia's vision at page 196. A lot, and how we think that people should not be allowed to do matra makwe. And as a result, destroy the land to a point where he realized that he won't get any go. Then finally he drift into another place to go and do that. So the Ghana Geological Survey Authority resource, they have the data. Then the lancing small scale will be allocated. And when you are being allocated, it's an integrated one. We know we have stool lands.
Mr. Lim, sorry, I don't cut you, but the people watching online wants to hear you well.
Okay,
so
sorry, I have little code. So you have I said Dr. Baumia is saying that in order to cut down government expenditures on certain infrastructures that government have to pursue all along, we will seed those infrastructure development for the private sector. And about 3% of GDP will rake in 30 billion to start with. And such investment can go into agric directly so that at least we can do those investments. And I was saying that if you read from page 196 of the manifesto, which of course, leader, I will try and get a number of copies for you so you can give to your members. You will see how Dr. Bawumia want to avoid people indiscriminately just, the person may have license all right. Well, license that is legally given out. But he's doing matter of mining. So he's mining and going all over. Before he gets to where he could locate gold, there's no gold even in that place. So the Geological Survey Authority are supposed to locate. And location will be linked with, because we have stool lands, we have family lands, we have individual lands, so that the landowner himself also is factored in, and then whatever is his stake or motivation in it, it will be guided. Okay. Let me also say that, look, we have one of the best mining and minerals act. In fact, if you compare in Africa, we are the only one that is a bit closer to us is that of Kenya. Okay, but it's a matter of all of us implementing the content. And I will plead with the nation that for Galamsey issues, I believe it should not be politics. It should be for God and country. Why am I saying so? Mampohini at Asante, on his own gave order, he won't allow any illegal mining in his community. And it is like that. So if all of us don't look at it for God and country, because you've seen some videos, whilst government is trying to crack down on, when it gets to election time, others also go behind and tell people that don't mind, you give us the vote, and then after voting for us, we'll allow you to do Galamsey. Don't worry. You see, so we should take it off the political, you've seen all the videos around. You take it off there and let it look like it is for God and country principle. And all of us can really solve it. Now, when I come, I say the manifesto will give it out as well. Now, the credit, very important. And you see, the reason why a government made GESA a limited liability non-banking is to escalate credit risk guarantee. The moment that comes in, collateral doesn't become an issue. Collateral doesn't become an issue because already what is making agric more riskier and it is demanding collateral from the one who is seeking for credit is the risk. So if GESEL guarantee you that credit risk guarantee, you don't need any collateral. And the association, Peasant, your association is going to be the anchor. There's going to be a close link with you to ensure that your farmer, as you said, at times the resources, but when you lead your farmers and it is done based on whatever is going, and we are redirecting Development Bank Ghana. And I tell you with this, a lot of banks will come in. And I said, when we made GESEL this opportunity, GESEL has invested 1.2 billion in 136 agribusinesses with 35 lending and financial institutions. And so this is one approach to make sure that you have it at less interest rate competitively so that you can invest. Apart from this one, it becomes very, very difficult. And we also continue to say that you cannot take out the private sector. That is why Dr. Bawumia is fighting for this approach, that the private sector must come in. And we said that people were allocating based on political grounds. Is that not so? So the moment you become too much of state, as our colleagues are proposing, too much of state, and we are all politicians, and we've all come to power before. I don't think this is the first time that you are mentioning that some incentive came for Ghanaians that politicians took advantage. Is that the first time? Yes. That is why we are veering away. But while veering away, we make sure that we said that the private person must also make returns. But you must motivate the private person
to make reasonable returns so that the farmer will also make return. And that is the business-centered vision for the farmer of Dr. Baumia. So we move away a little so that for the private man, can you go and tell the private man that take combined harvester for MPP polling station executive or NDC executive? There will not be control, but if you look at it, it's going to be the same thing if we allow that to happen. That state alone. And we are saying that we'll free finance and then make sure private sector play more interest as well. Senior, when you drew the phase 2, you were part of the team that drew the phase 2. You saw how the phase 2 has picked from even access seed availability at 2022 being the baseline, and then you were escalated up to 2028. You were part, you saw all the data and the statistics in the phase 2, which I also have here. And at the appropriate time, maybe we'll get the copies also for your members.
Okay.
To look at. So food security. Yesterday I was at Joy TV with him. And Joy TV came out global statistical food security index. Look, my brothers and sisters, I keep saying that don't let us allow ourselves to be played down. You've done a lot of job. Let's pad ourselves shoulders. We are a sovereign country, and you have brought us a level. When they were in power, because of the statistics, that's why I'm saying so. Food security index was 44. We escalated it to 64, and now because 54. So there's an improvement of food security as a result of your work. And for me, we should pat shoulders than running this country as if there's nothing being done. When they were in power, they also did something. I will never negate them zero as if Ghanaians are not better. But you have done a lot of good job. And we must pat your shoulders. But we need more work to do, more improvement to move you up.
Okay.
This is food security index global figure that you have helped move from 44 to 64, and now we are 58 or so, which shows that we can still go up and provide more food security.
All right.
For one village, one dam, I know that we did more than 100 that were completed. There are about 20 of them that are also going through. Now, we wanted to be transparent. So we had the tracker. Okay, we have the tracker. Leader, I beg you, you can get all your members to go onto the tracker. The tracker was supposed to be very transparent and open so that you can also see it. And when you see and you think that it is not there, you can also what? Challenge.
Mr. Nim, but these are farmers coming from some of the areas where you have them.
That is what I'm saying that. I'm saying the same thing with you. That we did the tracker and it was transparent. So you can also go look at the tracker and the towns that those dams were made. You can verify yourself. That is all that I'm saying. That we didn't hide anything. We brought out what we think we have done and for you to verify. So the verifiable means is there. We also admit. Let me also admit that yes, there are some that have challenges. That one we admit. Recently, it is the same sum that the president stock those catfish and tilapia. Okay, about 3 months ago, the president did stocking of some of them. So I believe that yes, we are challenged with some. But we are not also saying that nothing was done about any. So you can still check about that. Seed situation. Look, he spoke about tomatoes. Okay, as we speak now, our Ghanaian research and seed company have been able to come out with 5 varieties of tomatoes. Okay, you developed the phase 2. You saw all those things there. The problem we have with tomato is the agronomical protocol and then is the technological approach, which we need to do more and escape it. That's why we are adding it to the enclave. I said in one of the enclave, at least we earmarking some 700 hectares for tomato and the Akumadan areas and all those tomatoes. So we'll also get the manifesto to, there's something I wrote here about
if you remember, I'm sure in the questioning.
Manifesto to link national agenda, which I think it is good, so that at the end of the day, there should be some skeletal agenda for the nation in terms of agriculture and any other areas that I think that we shouldn't politicize, education and others, so that whoever comes, your manifesto will only add fresh.
Thank you very much.
But the skeletal,
Thank you, Mr. Nim. There are a lot more questions we need to go for, so please, let's be mindful. Yeah, Dr. Boama.
So, am I allowed to mount the podium to speak, please? Am I allowed?
You have to sit here, and then you can stand up on the podium for us.
Okay, so I can stand. Okay, thank you. Oh, I thought it was restricted to only the MP.
No, you
okay, I want
here.
to stand here. I want to stand here. Thank you very much.
If you stand there like that, it means that you're defeating the purpose here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, then
So
I
at
have
least
to sit
stand
down.
a- stand
Oh,
around
because
here.
he stood up, I thought he's allowed
Yeah,
to
you can
stand
stand.
up.
You can stand on the podium. It's fine.
Oh, I mean, I can.
Yeah,
I
you
can
can
sit
stand-
down.
you can
Don't
stand
worry,
here,
I can
I
sit
mean.
down. When I sit down, I even talk more longer. Okay. So first of all, let me deal with some few issues, and I'll go right to all the questions. I heard of some delivery tracker. As we speak, there is no tracker because nothing is working. You have your phones, you can type whether you see some tracker. There is no tracker, it doesn't exist, and that is a fact. Then secondly, right here in front of me, I just checked our global hunger index. Unfortunately, Ghana, our score is 13.9. And all over the world, we are performing exceedingly low. In fact, we have almost 36.4% of our population who are just hungry, food insecure. They don't get food. And you see, the thing about food security measurements is that, I said that earlier, you are talking about whether the food is affordable and people can buy the food, whether the food is even available and they can get the food, whether even if it's available, they can access the food. And you are also talking about the quality of the food, whether it is nutritious enough and they are doing well. And in all this course, including others that I have not mentioned, Ghana performs very low on that score. You can't pat yourself at this time when food is exceedingly expensive. Food inflation is 22.6, the highest in over 10 years. In fact, last year it went to 61, the highest in 4 decades. And you say we should pat ourselves. It's not because the farmers are not working. The farmers are willing to work. Indeed, who motivates the farmer in the village to farm? They farm because it's their livelihood, and they would farm anyway. But the crisis they are going through makes them farm less. And so that is why we don't have the food. And that is why the hunger index, we are performing very poor. And so let's not delude ourselves that we are doing well. We are not doing well. And we can do so much better. Looking at our potential, Ghana can feed the entire Africa if we look at the arable land that we have, if indeed we are investing, even leaving it at the smallholder level, if we are making it convenient enough for smallholder farmers to produce, we can feed Africa. And so let's not be too content with this kind of bizarre performance in the agriculture sector and say, oh, we have done very well, we should clap for ourselves. No, we can't clap for ourselves, ladies and gentlemen. Having said that, my brother was talking about Gesa Limited and all that. Maybe some of us, the Gesa sounds like some story. Do you know what the Gesa is? Gesa was not created by the MPP. Gesa was created by the NDs. In actual fact, Gesa is just a fund at the Bank of Ghana that offers support, risk support, to banks that offer agro credit. So, for example, ADB that gives agro credit. Gesa will say, okay, I am giving you 500,000 Ghana cedi, so that if the loans that you give to the farmers fail and they are not able to pay, you use the 500 cedis to mitigate your losses. That's what Gesa is about. So Gesa Limited creating and all this investment is neither here nor there. The GESA has been performing this and supporting the banks time without number. But the challenge is that now the banks themselves do not even give the loan to the people because they are under-resourced. Look, there is no single bank in Ghana that looks at agro credit right now. Even ADB, when you look at their loan portfolio, in fact, agriculture does not constitute even 5% of ADB's loan portfolio in Ghana. But ADB was created for agro investment. The Ghana Exim, which was EDIF and was supporting agriculture under John Mahama, and we moved it to Ghana Exim with the sole purpose of focusing and investing and offering huge agriculture credit to large scale and even medium scale and small scale farmers, has now been changed to Development Bank. And you know what the Development Bank does? And I'm sure you recall some of them. The Development Bank would give money to artists to hold musical shows and musical concerts to entertain people. When agriculture people need money. You remember there was one instance when they paid 1 million Ghana cedi to an artist to go and perform at a musical concert. And that is how far we have come. The Development Bank sole purpose is to be able to invest in agribusiness and most importantly, grow the rural finance schemes. And so if you recall, when we were in power under Ghana Exim Bank, we were supporting, in fact, Ghana Exim was supporting most of the microcredit and microfinance institutions which were collapsed because they were providing agro credits for farmers in rural areas. Now that is no more. The financing for Development Bank, go and look at their books. Most of the financing they give is for people who are importing items into the country. And so they give the financing to importers. They bring even non-food items into the country and non-agro implements into the country. And so those are things that we must look at. And we must be fair to the facts. What we are saying with agro credit is that the agro credit is just a microcosm of a broader rural finance system which has collapsed completely. Now there's no rural finance system at all. The rural finance system was made up of these basic small microfinance institutions that were giving 1,000 Ghana, 5,000 Ghana, 10,000 Ghana to farmers. Now it's non-existent. So what President Mahama is saying is that because farmers do not have access to this agro credit, now let government make that provision with all the resources that we have at the Development Bank and all those investments that we want to make. Look, this government has spent so much on agro inputs. They've spent 3 billion on planting for food and jobs, if you want. Or is it 2.5 billion? 2.1 billion. Their total budget was 3 billion. 2.1 billion on planting for food and jobs. And they used all this to buy agro inputs. Now let's ask ourselves, how, you are farmers, how did these agro inputs impact your farming? Did you get some? Did you have access to it? Was it available to you? It was not available to you. And so what President Mahama is saying that this 2.1 million investment, if indeed it is going directly to smallholder farmers, we would get more returns. And so let's do it this way. Let's buy the items. Let's not give it to any individual who is a family member of some politician to go and invest in his business, buy the items, come and sell it at any price and just go away. But let's buy the items, know the prices of the items, calculate our subsidy that we want to put on. So if we get the items for 50 cedis on the market and we are providing a subsidy of 20 cedis, then we know that at the Farmer Service Center, you have a guaranteed price of 30 cedis. So that guaranteed price, when you go and you have the money, you buy it at 30 cedis. When you don't have the money, you credit it. Then you go and farm. When you farm, at the end of the season, you have harvested, then you come and pay. This is all that we are talking about. We are actually not even taking the private sector out. Because why? Will the government go to Ukraine or go to Europe and go and buy the things directly, unless maybe it's a concessional arrangement? But the private sector would be a partner to bring all these mechanization items in, the agro chemicals in, the fertilizer in. So no private sector is being taken out. The private sector is going to keenly participate in this. But all that we are saying is that we are giving you a subsidy that will benefit you. A subsidy that you can access. Every farmer can access, whether you are NDC or MPP. This Farmer Services Center will not operate as if Moses Enim comes, he is MPP, so we will not give him the items and he will not get it on credit. It is non-discriminatory. So irrespective of your background, where you are coming from, you go to the Farmer Services Center, you should be able to benefit from the subsidy in the first place. Then again, you should be able to benefit from the credit arrangement. And so the burden of agro credit that has been the headache of all farmers now has been taken off. Okay. Being handled by the Farmer Services Center. Okay. And that's all we are saying. We think this is a brilliant way and more effective way of solving the problem, rather than what our friends are doing under the Planting for Food and Jobs. Okay. And so let me attempt, please. Don't do okay. Allow me to explain. The issues are many. Yes, and I have to even talk about Galamsey. So the way you are starting, we started the okay too early. That's why I wanted to stand there. That when you say okay, I will not hear you. Okay. So now let's quickly move to other segments of the discussion. Galamsey. We have been very loud on Galamsey from 2017. When our friends took over government, that was when Galamsey took a different turn, where you have government officials, ministers, using state resources and state apparatus to participate in illegal mining. Where is Professor Frimpong Boateng? I'm sure you all read his report and what he said about small-scale mining. He said the party in Yesika, so because party in Yesika, there was indiscriminate mining. And government officials have been fingered. Even Anas had fingered government officials in the office of the president, and yet they stayed in their office. They were not sacked. When Frimpong Boateng started talking about Galamsey in this country, that government officials and MPP party is heavily involved, he was removed. And he has become an outcast in his own party. Why? Table manners. He should have kept quiet. You don't talk whilst eating. And he has spoken. So he's become an outcast. And so that is the main gravamen of the issue. You have a government that will go to parliament and amend a section of our law to allow mining, ostensibly illegal mining in forest areas. Who would even do that? When there is a law that is restricting mining in the forest areas, the government itself, that is supposed to fight climate change, that is supposed to protect our forest, will now go to parliament and amend the law to allow people into go and mine. President Mahmoud said that law will be one of the first laws to be abolished that allowed that prospecting and mining forest areas. And he has made that point very loud. Then secondly, I agree slightly with my brother from the Independent Party and my brother Comrade Nobi, who ostensibly picked all these ideas from us, because until recently, Comrade Nobi and the MPP were all doing the Galamsey together. Until last year, when they lost the primaries, and now they have all of a sudden they have acquired all the brilliant Galamsey ideas. But we have spoken about this Galamsey solution from one. That look, if you really want to deal with the issue of illegal mining, it is mostly because the individuals who are supposed to mine do not get the license to mine. Now, you need to pay about 2 million Ghana cedi to get a small-scale mining license in Ghana. That is the actual cost that you pay. Even the bribe that you pay before you get that mining license approved is even more than the amount you pay for the license itself. You pay almost 3 million bribe. So before you get a license, you have paid 5 million. And that takes you about a year or two to get the license.
Well,
because
I'm not stopping you, but Awola's question was about...
Don't worry, don't worry.
Okay,
I'm dealing with Galamsey. Don't rush the food.
No, I'm not. But she has a specific question.
So, no, he said he didn't hear anything about the NDC's plan. So that's what I'm giving.
Okay. And then again,
because I didn't have time to talk about Galamsey. Okay. So I'm trying to explain our position on Galamsey and how to deal with it.
Okay.
And so we have said that to avoid all these rent seekers and Goro boys who are in the licensing regime, preventing people from having licenses to mine properly and be regulated. The Minerals Commission would be decentralized in the mining communities so that they would have an office, they would have an arrangement and a regulatory regime that is localized so that it will make it easy for locals in the communities to get the license. And so just as he said, if the chiefs and the people in the community are themselves getting the opportunity to mine, you will not have illegal mining because then you are licensing them and regulating them. And look, if you look at the water bodies scattered across the country and where they are destroying the water bodies, you would realize that mostly it is because there's nobody there to regulate them. There are teeming unemployed people who are looking for jobs. If the Minerals Commission decide that they are going to decentralize and now pick field monitors and regulators who are going to supervise the miners who have been licensed and they have been taught how to mine, responsibly.
Okay.
You would be able to prevent this illegal mining that is spoiling the water bodies.
Okay.
And so these are many. These are a few of the many approaches we can use to fight illegal mining. And we have said that we are going to ban mining in water bodies or areas that has water bodies. We have made this point. I mean, time without number.
She asked whether you're going to ban community mining. She asked the question.
But why? Community mining must be banned. But what is even community mining? Community mining is an introduction from our friends, a way of getting party people to have access to mining. What we are saying is that you can't ban small-scale mining because the gold must be mined. But you must ban illegal mining. And you see, let's differentiate. There is a difference between small-scale mining, which is legal, because ostensibly in Ghana, if you look at the data, small-scale mining is producing about 65% of our gold. And large-scale mining is producing 35% of our gold. But unfortunately, because of the way we are unable to make returns from the 65% that is being mined by small-scale mining. So you license them properly. You give them a regulatory framework that will make them mine responsibly and not spoil the water bodies. Then you would be able to get the returns.
Just 1 minute. First of all, when you give license to people and what they are doing is not according to the terms of the license, it is illegal. It is illegal. So you stop them. So the fact that you issue licenses does not make it illegal mining. That is one. Two, you see, these two parties champion.
I agree with you on that. It's very true.
They master in obfuscating the issues. See, where gold is or minerals are in this country has never been hidden. I grew up at Enyinem. We always knew there was gold in Brim. But because of the value of the water to us, we were not mining in it. So the fact that there is gold anywhere, my wife is a geologist. They know everywhere there are mineral deposits. It's the volumes they don't know. What you do as a responsible government is to protect areas for farming. So that irrespective of the deposit, you are saying that the value for farming is far greater than gold. So we'll not allow mining here, but it's farming. That is what is required.
Okay, all right.
Exactly our view. Exactly our view.
I'm grateful.
Exactly
I'm
our
grateful
view.
to you. Let's pick 5 more and then we can wrap up. Okay, I think this hand was up. The man there, the one who is also up. That man, this man. Oh, we'll come to you. We'll come to Charles.
Good afternoon.
And then we'll go to the back.
Good afternoon. My name is Duncan Amwa.
Please.
Rep for PFAC,
Please let's
Volta.
listen to their questions.
The rep for PFAC, Oti and Volta region. I'm a rice farmer. Once the national best rice farmer. We have been facing a lot of crises because we farmers have been painted black in the face of our partners that will assist us. Number one, they allocate the parliament made, set down budgets for an agri program. At the end of the day, you go to the favorite that are not even farmers. And it tends for selling to we, the people who are in that business at the higher prices. I have fertilizer even today I can buy. I can buy on phone with somebody today in some corner. I'll talk of Kachi East, Kachi South, Akachi, Hohwe. I'm talking from my people. We can buy from some people, but it's planning for food and job phase 2, fertilizer. If somebody challenge me now, we can say Momo and we can get it. Now, from some certain class of people who are not even farmers. So I'm appealing to all of you, when you come to a government, what can you do and clean our face as farmers before our partners? So that when we go there, they shouldn't look at us as if we are causing the mess. Because parliament has budget for some people. At the end of the day, DC is not a farmer. The MCE is not a farmer, but they have stock of fertilizer 500 bags or more, and an agent somewhere is selling it to us. At the end of the day, I don't know the criteria. Even I don't know, they measured my farm 7 acres. Me when I have more. GPS, I have the code on my phone. But they gave me urea, 25 kg for. I don't know my what do you call my aggregator. But when you look at the concept, it's the aggregator who is responsible for collecting this. I don't know him. So it means they talk in some corners, aside of the MCE and the DCE, all the blames like the Millennium Challenge account type will be put on we the innocent farmers. Who created this mess? The politicians. So who will be the Messiah from today as we are sitting here? So next time they'll clear our face because we are not the causes, because we don't write reports. So at the end of the day, they'll pour all the dust, the black dust on us, and the world will look at us as if we are bad people. When you approach a bank, they have some system, as if we have collected the MC Millennium Challenge account fertilizer or here and there.
Okay.
Their favorites.
I guess you've asked your question. We should keep our questions very short because of the number of questions. Okay. After Charles, let's take the man in. Men are colorblind, but I don't know. The man there. After
Okay.
Charles.
So let me just summarize. My questions are straightforward. One, we want to be food sovereignty. We have been fighting that we need to be seed dependent. Ghanaian seed growers cannot grow GMOs. Government has been putting GMOs on us to the extent that our partner food sovereignty were in court with government against GMO, and the court ruled in favor of government against the interests of farmers. So I want to know from all of you, what is your position on GMOs when we vote for you? And what will you put in place to ensure that we have food sovereignty?
Okay.
That's one. Two, the other one, I would like the MPP person to clarify the state of the Polgo multipurpose dam. Because we did a campaign, and then after the campaign, we had opportunity to meet Baumia at the Flaster House. He promised us that he was going to ensure that monies are allocated for the construction of that dam. Subsequently, we had $11 million we were given to a contractor. When we went to the dam site, there was nothing. So can you tell us where the money is? Okay. And how can we be sure that when we give you the mandate, just like you promised that it will be done? Because you are already in power and it hasn't been done. How can we be sure that when we give you the mandate, you'll be able to, the dam will be constructed? Now this one is to all of you. Both NDC, MPP, for you, I'll pardon you. We are always friends like this. Me. Anyway, yeah. We are always friends. Peasant farmers severally have been consistent. During NDC time, we engage you. The moment you come to power, you are not doing the right thing. When we talk, they say peasant farmers belong to NPP. Recently, the past minister, Akoto, said that we are doing the work for NDC. Brian Champon, when he came, we developed the PFJ 2.0. When it came to the implementation and there were deviations, and we tried to hold him, he said we are NDC.
So how can you assure us that when we give you the mandate and then you are not doing the right thing, you open to accept and then correct the wrong rather than labeling us as doing the work for the opposition?
Okay. All right.
Finally, please, let me do this acknowledgement.
Doc, you've asked how many questions now?
But this one is acknowledgement.
Okay.
I just want, as an association, to acknowledge the independent party, Mr. Chum Berma.
Okay.
We organize our own Farmers' Day because the National Farmers' Day is always meant for favorites. If you don't belong to the certain party, you won't get an award. And I would like them to clarify that. How can a good farmer who doesn't want to be in politics also be recognized as a national best farmer? So this year, peasant farmers have to organize our own Farmers' Day. We invited all of them to come, and they failed to come. It is only it is only the independent party who came to our office and even came to the party ground, the award ground, and provided donations to give to the peasant farmers. So to us, we think that when they get the opportunity, they will actually have the peasant farmers at heart. So we want them to commit to us. How can we be sure that you have us at heart when we give you the mandate?
Thank you very much. So the man in yes. Let's hear your question, sir. Kindly change his microphone for me.
Hello.
Sir, please give me your microphone.
It's on. Okay.
Okay.
Yo, Medina Douglas Hano.
Okay.
Asante region. Asante region, you could go 15 districts. And the Asante region. Now, region, this is no. There be a 2 gallon say 15, 12, you 2 gallon say. 3, you 2 gallon say. 3 near offenso, mampong, and I feel yes. As I be any 2 gallon say in our son, the 2 gallon say beyond. There be a 2 gallon say beyond, you don't more or you don't bro. And you 2 gallon say no ama, baby, I don't move beyond your assassin. I say, Brun, as I say, Kuku, so a honomo. Now, say, okay, come on, some swap, now I some can say honomo. Now, offense to be friend, making it was garam say, dear, on penny. The Macon says about or so don't be to garam say no honomo. The one of us always had. Now, because I say, I didn't say, mobility me, ya, Sagalam say, now you to know, a Santa Region, 12 districts in the Vijay. Okay. San say, Kukoni draining in a hot casepan, a war Santa Region. Because they see our call the Pasisia Infante. Over the Yao de Bia, Yasa, and Yana Kama, Edama, Dr. Charles. No, Honane. Yedama, Bismarck, no Honane. Near Chechen Sao, baby. Oko Dampons is here with Gaswa, you choose this year. Oko near the Biasia, Tabiase, Mimi,
and Miami, to go here to go to Galamzo.
Nina Sono, Umamutune, Yan, you two, at the end of between some prayer, Sadi the Vijay, Yambasa Waka, Bofot and Tentre, at the end of the year, between ya and anything.
Okay.
Now, no.
Okay.
Because I thought to be also here. When I was cooperative. It's a cooperative bill, so a caparament. I didn't over years, I build, never pass it, said dear. People, every time a cooperative, at me beginning, let me up one as some of them on the bar, number of credit pushing bar. Cooperative let me up one mass hard night.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. So he is asking, I mean, you all understand, so I don't need to. But for the purposes of those who are watching us on Joy News, he's asking about how the galamsey in the 15th district of the Ashanti region where we grow cocoa can be stopped today and tomorrow. He's not asking for next year, he's asking for today and tomorrow. And also about how the cooperative bill can be passed early to help farmers. Yes, boss.
Okay. Once again, my name is Akbagro Nyameko. And I want to find out from the panelists, a farmer and a politician, who is very important.
That's a question to them, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. They will answer you.
Yes. And can I find out from them the age group, the youth age group in agriculture?
Okay.
That's question number 2.
Okay.
Question number 3. Are they going to separate the agric from the local government? Because formerly we know the agric it is on its own.
Yes.
But now, when you go to agric director to come and inspect your farm, he will tell you the assembly did not give him a fund. What are you going to do about that? Second one.
That's your third question.
That's the last one.
But then it will be four.
That's the fourth one.
Give it to someone to also ask a question. Give
Okay.
that opportunity to someone else.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The name is Sylvester. Just to bring our three main points. As a country, we are being confronted with a serious development challenge. I mean, we need to acknowledge that. And from the international environment, it's a very hostile one. I'm saying it because if you want to export rice to Japan, your rice will rot at the Japanese port. I mean, it's clear. Try to export poultry to the US, it will rot. I mean, it will not get to the US. Try to send other products to other countries, they will rot. Why? Because they want to protect their domestic sector and grow them. So in the case of Ghana, we import a lot of poultry from Holland and other countries and Russia and all that. So what the Malaysians did was that when they wanted to develop their sector, for example, let me give you an example, poultry. As I listen to the speakers, if you want to develop poultry sector, we have a lot of poultry products come from Holland, Russia, and other stuff, you know. And what other countries did was they just raised a tariff on the product and use the revenue to support that particular sector. Take poultry. Under the World Trade Organization, Ghana as a country, we can raise our tariff to 99%. The Japanese can raise to 600%. That's the inequality we have in the global system. We can raise only to 99. Japanese can raise up to 600, 700 because they don't have a limit. The US can do the same. The EU can do the same. We can only do up to 99%. Now, within this unequal power, but we can still do something. So right now, the tariff on poultry is about 25%. If, let's say, next year, we want to develop our poultry sector, just raise about 10% or 20%. Raise the revenue that the importers are coming in and make sure that you develop the whole chain, the soya, the maize, the fish that you need to grow the poultry. Develop that. The Malaysians did this. They simply, as simple as that.
So what's your question to them?
No, I'm not giving questions. I'm giving ideas.
Okay.
I'm giving ideas. You know, the questions are too many for. I'm giving ideas.
Okay.
So you can develop that. Secondly, you see, we are in a situation where we have lithium in the country. If you go to a place like the DRC, they are trying to manufacture batteries. Or, you know, they manufacture batteries to power electric cars and all that. Now, if you ask me from the development point of view, I think that we can engineer a battery that can power appropriate tools for agriculture. And so we have a lot of people in agriculture. You develop a battery for electric car. How many people can afford that car? But if you develop a battery that can power implement for agriculture, so that you don't buy fuel, but you use a battery to power that can generate a lot of wealth for the continent. And we need to do that. The last point just allow me to...
Let's give someone the opportunity to also ask a question. You've given us two. Let's give it to the Monday, the young one, yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Samuel Efriye from 3FM. Yes, Bob Marley said, in the abundance of water, the fool is thirsty. So I appreciate how all of us are passionate about the destruction of our water bodies. Anytime people talk about Galamsey, those of us who grew up in the mining town, I grew up in Obuasi, the kind of Galamsey the guys were engaging never ventured any water body. They were rather invading the abandoned mining, concessions of those major mining companies. They will fetch water. They will contract someone to fetch water for them to wash whatever gold they were working on. But when we introduced alluvial mining and allowed the Chinese to infiltrate our ranks, we started having issues with the Chamfans and all. Clearly, you all know that Galamsey is destroying our water bodies. So some of us have suggested that. For those who were born in fishing communities, where there's sea, there's a lake, they get their source of living from the water that is there. So how then do you tell the one who is privileged to also come from a place where there is gold, mineral deposit, not to feed on it? So we have suggested that
we can let them form, as we are talking about farming cooperatives. They can also form mining cooperatives. And we know that Peter Otukuno, doctor, we know that Krajnobi, we know that Mr. Zongo, these are the people who are the owners of the cooperative in Amansia West. They have been given the mandate to mine. So if the water body is destroyed, we know who to hold accountable. If the forest is destroyed, we know who to hold accountable. And I always say that people will not do what you expect. They will do what you inspect. So if you give them licenses to work and you don't inspect the kind of mining they are doing, you are virtually giving them the opportunity to abuse the right you have given them.
All right.
And my question now is that if you go to America and other parts of the world, the developed countries, you have just about 3% of the labor population into farming. Yet they are able to produce in excess for us to import from them. So sometimes I sit down and ask, why are we still trying to encourage more youth, encourage more people to venture into farming when we have about 60% of our labor supply
is that your question?
Already in agric or farming? So are you going to encourage more people to enter into agriculture, or you have a different plan for us to make agriculture more viable and productive?
Okay, I'll just make one last call. Then there should be two more. Okay, let's make those on the then this one as well. So there will be 4 questions, then we're done.
Yeah, my name is Isaac, the National Secretary of Peasant Farm. From the discussion so far, it's clear that all of us gathered in our political actors quite aware of the challenge. Again, it's that we have ideas that can generate policies that will solve the problems that we have in the agricultural sector. I'm using 2 examples of some interventions that have to ask my question. One, if you there boldly to farmers in order to harvest losses, and this is stated boldly on their website. They are the prime source of food produced by Ghanaian farmers. What do you 2023 farming season? It took Ekwafon Kitwa, which is the business of the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana, to help some farmers with the marketing of their produce, specifically paddy rice in the Upper East region. There was no government intervention, and it is the same period that government our children in the junior high, the senior high. That is challenges. Next, the issue of Wanda was gracefully mentioning 100 dams. What their party is actually putting is that they are in essence to the communities. You see semblance of dams. You see semblance of dams constructed under the One Village, One Dam. But the question is, to what purpose are those dams meant to serve? And what is the purpose, or what is the dam serving now? December, the ones that will last for long, by February, they are out. They are all dried up, and they are left with dry patches. I think Joy News did a documentary, and there are several assessments that have been done by peasant farmers. You can visit our website. You get some publications on the One Village, One Dam. But this is a policy that was aimed to solve a critical problem, as we've all seen this morning. Water is very critical when it comes to farming. And those of us coming from the northern part of the country, because we have one planting season, irrigation is something that is very crucial in our farming activities. Now you go out there, a policy that was deliberately put in place to solve that problem have rather turned out to be a fiasco.
Okay. All right.
Now to my question, all of them.
Yeah.
like I said, we are not bereft of ideas. You've touted good policies that are likely to solve our problems. But the question is, how can we be sure that when you come, the implementation will not be like those that we've already witnessed in the system?
Okay.
Thank you.
Grateful. No, to the Cattle Association. Let's keep our questions very brief because of time.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to each and everyone. Thank you very much, Peasant Farmers Association, for this very wonderful time and a program. I think I'm here on behalf of the livestock farmers, the Ghana National Association of Cattle Farmers, which I happen to be the president. This association is has a very strong collaboration with the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana. And I think we've gone to a high level, to a level where we've developed a document, very comprehensive document on pastoral policy and strategy document, and then has been given to the government. So we've been doing so many things together to support the government activities. For me, what I would like to say is that we are lacking, the livestock sector has not gotten the maximum attention of the government or the required attention of the government. I'm not saying government A or government B or government C or who has been there before or who is there today or who want to come tomorrow. I normally love to be diplomatic as a leader, but I want to just say that we've not been able to achieve what we've been yearning for. With the presentations that was made here, I don't think I heard any of the representatives of these political parties and even mentioned one of the critical problems that we are facing in this country, which is the farmer-herder conflict. Farmer-herder conflict. Today, we are all aware that when you are farming crop, when you are cropping, let me just use that word cropping, it may not be a good English, and when you are also rearing, it is all for human sustenance. You crop for human sustenance, you rear for human sustenance. Meanwhile, in the process of cropping or rearing, you are losing the same life that this process needs to sustain. So are we going or we are coming? How many people have been, how many lives and properties have been lost? And the crop farmers and then the cattle herders who are the same within one agri sector are the victims. Either this one has killed that or that one has killed this. What has the government done on this? This is a problem that we thought, even we ourselves who are there down, believe that we, if we have the opportunity, I believe if I have the opportunity today to become a minister, I will solve that problem in 1 month. Yes, I will solve that problem in 1 month. That is what I believe. Because I can see it to be solved. Now, the simple thing is that, one thing is that, where there are no rules and regulations, there are no offenses. Now, these animals, most of the times when I'm speaking, I used to say that the crop farms are stable. The animals, they move. So if there is a problem, then definitely the animal might have gone to cause the problem. Accidentally, that is what we assume. Now, we've been propagating for what we call grazing reserves and corridors. Grazing reserves and corridors is mandatory to us and to any, any district, any region that has agreed to breed the livestock and to go into crop farming. There should be a dedicated places for livestock farming.
So your question your question is whether they are creating some for you? What is the question, sir?
That is what I'm saying. The question is about the creation of grazing reserves and corridors. I'm just mentioning things that we are lacking to make the things good.
Okay.
So I am talking about that. That is farmer-header conflicts, challenges. I'm talking about grazing reserves and corridors to be a solution to the farmer-header conflict. We have a problem of data in terms of livestock, livestock data. Because this thing I'm talking about now has to do with when northern region, northeast and savannah region was one region. We, through our membership, we had over 2 million animals. We had over 2 million animals, 2 million cattle within this one region, which was one northern region. But today, if you go into our data, you find out that we have less than 2 million cattle in the entire country of Ghana. So how do you expect me to agree on that? When my own membership within three northern regions are having more than 2 million animals. And you are coming to tell me that in the entire Ghana we have less than 2 million animals. There are some data collections that went wrongly, whereby people just go knock on somebody's door. Please, what is your name? My name is, how many animals do you have? I have 3. How many goats? 3 goats. How many sheep? 3 sheep. Then they do that around and they come back and they come and give it to you. Meanwhile, the cattle farmers themselves are not part and parcel. How will you be able to locate? The veterinary service are not parts. The cattle farmers are not part. How will you be able to get the main figure? Sometimes we go to ECOWAS.
Okay.
And when we go to ECOWAS programs, and all those countries will come with very powerful database, and they will mention the number of their animals. When they come to Ghana, you find out that this man will say this, the other man will say that, and they will tell you that well, this is what we have. But it's not happening. Kindly let me conclude with this. So we are saying that there should be policies and bylaws. You see, it is very, very important for us to have policies and bylaws. My brother here mentioned about, to conclude, he mentioned about the livestock event, which we were yearning for, so that we use that opportunity to create a platform. Maybe annually, it will be a platform to discuss issues, and then we go. But in fact, we are very lucky that this year we had the endorsement from the minister, and we celebrated it, but we will continue to go. For we are looking at Ghana, we are looking at the livestock industry, we are looking at the agriculture industry in general. So we pray that may God help all of us and move us forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we said we'll give you the opportunity, but this will be just one last one because there are too many questions, right? And the time. This is just the last question. Last question. Yes, please.
My question goes to the relay, the two parties that are running relay in Ghana. This one
Please let your question be brief because of time.
The question is, when are you going to construct a viable irrigation project in Upper West?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let's come for responses. Doc, we'll start with you.
So, Chief Farmer, already even in opposition, as you may be aware, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, because of the complaints from some areas in Lambusi, has constructed a dam for them. And I'm sure if you have not heard it, if you ask your colleagues in those areas, they will tell you. Our commitment to building dams, cannot be overemphasized. And so we are very hopeful that under our irrigation development program, Upper West will find space in that program. Chief Cattle Farmer, data integrity, big problem. And I'm a data person, and I always talk about this, that in Ghana, our biggest problem is data. And so it makes planning very, very difficult. People play around numbers, and from no basis, they use that to rip off the state. As we speak, this dry spell thing that has come up, the minister has announced 900,000 farmers have been affected by the dry spell, but we all know it's not true. In fact, the time he was even announcing the 900,000, they have sent people on the field to assess the situation and get the number of farmers that are affected. Finally, they have come up with 800,000, and indeed, from the ground, it doesn't even reflect that. And so data is a big problem that we have to look at. And we had spoken about livestock development program, and one of the key things as part of the livestock development program is the cattle header conflict, because we know it has been an age-old problem, and the best way to fix it is to create these fodder banks and grazing corridors for the farmers, so that they don't cross into the farming areas. And that is one other problem that the farmland banks is supposed to solve. Because if you have created these farmland banks and created these grazing corridors, then you are able to segregate clearly where they are supposed to graze and so on. The other key thing is not only about grazing, but also about the water for the cattle. And mostly the reason why the cattle will move towards some areas and in some instances go through certain farms is that they are looking for water. Most of these normals will be looking for water for their heads. So if you are able to create the grazing corridor and these fodder banks, and you adjoin it with these dams for the animals to drink from, then you would have solved the problem significantly. Then the question about DCs, distributing inputs and it going through party people and all that. I mean, it's a very sad situation right now in Ghana, because you have the case whereby there is a distribution of outboard motors for fishermen, and the outboard motor will be sent all the way to a party faithful in Upper West region where there is no farming. For a party chairman in his constituency, there is no water. Then now he will be looking for somebody to buy the outboard motor. Then he'll be calling people in Accra who are farmers that do I have outboard motor I want to sell. And so that has been the challenge with rent seekers in government policies. And that is why every efficient public policy should, as much as possible, attempt to eliminate the rent seekers from coming in. If DCs are doing the distribution, they will look at their party people and they will prevent other people from getting some. Then the consultation with PFAG. We know that PFAG has been an old organization, and we have interacted with PFAG when we were in government the last 8 years. But the past years, we have had a very smooth engagement with PFAG. And most of these ideas that we have shared are the experiences we had, the consultations we had with PFAG. Unfortunately, your award ceremony you held, you didn't invite us. I was very keen on this award program because I spoke and condemned the government for the way they have organized this year's award scheme, because it's a very important ceremony for farmers. But unfortunately, I didn't know that PFAG was organizing one. I would have attended. Actually, I spent the Farmers' Day in a farm in Busunu, Bidima, National Cattle Farmers. I spent it with cattle farmers in Bidima. And in fact, I was in the middle of the cattle almost throughout the day, meeting the communities there and trying to assure them and make donations to them. And so these are things that are very important. We brought the National Farmers' Day, and we did that for a purpose. And we believe that the integrity of that ceremony must be protected. And it must go beyond political parties. No. I agree with you that now if you are not MPP, you can never get an award. Where my farm is, even if they are going to give district award, I'm sure I will take it, but I'm NDC. It's Otokuno. So right. I can't have it. No, last one, finally.
Okay.
Last one. The cooperatives bill. The cooperatives bill. Please. One bigger problem. Please, can we be quiet? Yeah. Can we? One bigger problem confronting policy implementation effectiveness is the lack of cooperatives. And we have said repeatedly, and President Mahama has even announced how we are going to work on this cooperatives bill, so that every single farmer, by law, should belong to a cooperative, so that when we are doing our programming and planning, we can effectively reach out to those that must benefit from the programs, rather than relying on this, unusual way of doing things where you just use the whims and caprices of the implementer to determine who should benefit from the programs. And sometimes we don't even consult the various groups and organizations in this business. So this cooperative bill, we are committed to it. And even as part of our conversations with non-farmers like the artisans group, we have spoken.
Will you get it passed?
Immediately with speed. because
right.
it's part of the key things we think will help us implement even these farmer services centers and all the
Thank you very
other
much.
agricultural programs.
Let's go
we are
to
putting
Mr.
in.
Moses Enim. Yeah. Oh, okay. The GM.
Obviously, we can't continue to adopt these foreign ways of doing things and taking everything hook, line, and sinker. I have spoken about seed quality or input quality, and one of the key things that is debilitating, that is affecting the quality of inputs on the market, particularly seeds, is this GMO thing. There are biotechnologies that you can use to improve the seeds, but not necessarily a GMO. And those are the differences that we must get. All the work that we did in the crop science department, I was in the crop science department of University of Ghana. All the work that we have done using biotechnology to improve the yields and the varieties of the various crops that we have did very well, but not necessarily GMOs. And so GMOs is something that as a nation we must put our foot on, because already the seed sovereignty of this country is under threat because we are not certifying most of the seeds that are on the market.
Thank you.
And
Thank
so
you. I'm
if we don't, and please, if we don't put right measures to certify the seeds, we may be using the GMOs without knowing that we are using GMOs.
Thank you very much.
Because they are coming through the borders.
Your point is well made. Yes.
Your point is well made. Sorry. The general sentiments here seems to go against the political party system, particularly between NDC and MPP. You know, you see, when political parties, when presidential candidates are backed by political parties and they win power, what we have seen is that immediately they assume power, they become head of political parties.
Hello, I hope you are listening, because we have a lot of.
They become head of political parties, not head of government. And that has been the culture. They hijack all the opportunities. In fact, to even access employment, if you are not a member of the political party and you have a network in, you cannot access even government employment. That is why we are saying it appears most of the problems here, most of the sentiments are against the porous nature of our political culture. That is why we are offering you the opportunity this time to say, vote for the independent candidate, George Chumberima Adu. And when you vote for the independent candidate, we are not backed by a political party. The entire country is our constituency. So we unite the country, because at this particular moment, we need a national cohesion. We need to unite the country to be able to embark upon the kind of development that we all wish to see. But we have tried the two political parties for almost 32 years now. And the results they have delivered to us is not the best. And what I also want to say here is that in respect of the issues that has been raised so far, I indicated in my presentation that there is a provision in the Constitution, that is the directive state principles of state policy, that the president is mandated to submit a coordinated program for agri development. And that also goes with the president or the government coming out with a comprehensive framework. And that comprehensive framework is for all the regions to make inputs, all the relevant stakeholders, into coming out with their own regional plans that will be coordinated at the national level. So virtually it becomes a national agricultural development plan. So once there is that opportunity, and it appears we are not holding the government to account for that provision in the Constitution. Other than that, there would have always been an opportunity for us to correct some of these challenges that we have been enumerating. And then for the GMO, we are completely against that. In fact, it's captured in our policy document. And even the directive principle of state policy is also against that. So I think so far, you also talked about, I don't know, the one who, yes, behind you. You said the political parties have rather hijacked the inputs, but they are not the farmers. That is why we are saying for our Ghana First, the framework that we have designed to help you prepare your development plans, and we are saying that we are going to plan with you, we are not going to plan for you. What we are saying is that we are going to audit all the sectors or subsectors in the agri sector. And that is one, reimagine all the sectors, redefine all the sectors, repurpose all the sectors. And it is to ensure that there is value for money. Ghana first. We cut wastes. It is only when you do that, then you will get to appreciate the challenges involved. And that will also help us to strengthen the institutions that are supposed to pretend over these sectors.
Okay.
So what we are saying is that our policies are clear here. We don't need to mention the specific, but there is a broader framework for all of us to plan for agricultural development. So we only need to ensure that that provision in the directive principles of state policy is respected.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Nyaba Aweba hasn't go there. Yes. Yeah, no, you can go, yes.
All right, thank you very much. I think
all right, interesting. Okay, let's listen to Courage Novi. Yeah.
Just for the want of time, so I'll try and cluster them. A large part of the issues is corruption in agricultural administration. Right? So that clearly is a problem of leadership. And over the years, with my involvement in politics, reading of the history, other countries and all of that, the only way you can fight corruption is to elect a leader who is not corrupt. When the leader is corrupt, the government will be corrupt across the board, from national all the way to the local, and nothing can be done about it. Please, let that sink in as you go to vote. The integrity of the leader is the most important factor to consider. A leader who has integrity can put together the right technical people with expertise to provide all the solutions that you have without corruption. And the thing is that there is no sustainable corruption. Why should a farmer who only wants access to input to be able to farm for our collective good suffer to gain access? If there is a private company in your district that is supposed to sell all these inputs, and because of special regime that has been given to it at predetermined, publicly known prices, would this be happening? No. And that is what we have preferred. But unfortunately, I listened to Honorable Enima, I listened to my brother Peter. It's the same old things they are talking about. The same systems that have not worked, that's created a problem, is the same things. Because that's how the political parties, in their character and nature, are formed to operate. Chief, one question. Since when did the fight against GMO start? Very long. At least it's been over 15 years. In that period, NDC has been. Peter here is telling supports the core. What did they do legislatively to make sure that what you are asking for was delivered? Nothing. But today he will sit here, say all the flowery promises, only to be given power. We are in the 8th year of Honorable Moses Enim's administration in agriculture. Most of the challenges you are expressing are challenges with what is being done now. I don't think this is the first time you're expressing these challenges. But there's been no commitment to dealing with it in this very administration, from Honorable Afriye to now Minister. So that is where the problem is. And you see, anytime we who used to be with the party talk, they say, oh, you were part of the government. Find out whether these issues are pertaining in the implementation of the policies that Alan Chamartin implemented. Find out. Find out when Alan Chamartin, in the first NPP administration under President Kufuor, was doing the special initiative, whether some of these things happened. The success that he has always talked is because he's been guided by integrity wherever he has been. All that he's asking for is the opportunity to do what he's been doing in a sector at the national level. So if you have challenges with policing, I don't think Alan Chamartin answers for that. If you have challenges with sports, it is not Alan Chamartin who answers for that. He answers for trade and industry. And he's opened himself up that come.
Okay.
That's all the issues that are relevant. My last address would go to cattle breeding. When I think 2018, there was the serious clashes between the farmers and the herders, particularly around Konongo and other places. There was a law that was passed that said that the only appropriate means of raising animal in this country is what? Ranching. I think it is important that we go along that direction. So, like he's saying, can we create enclaves for them to be able to ranch? Because we cannot continue to practice the form of agriculture where we are moving the animals across land. I don't think it's sustainable.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, grateful. Ms. Enim.
Thank you very much. Dr. Baumier's approach is not to leave anybody behind. The inclusive, no, not at all, not at all. So when you look, we are not leaving anybody behind at all, at all. So if you look at our manifesto, this inclusivity is captured directly where we're going to integrate and continue to engage major stakeholders. And I believe your leadership will let you know that before we came out with this manifesto, we had engaged them and we will deepen the engagement as we move on. We'll never leave anybody behind. Now, when you come to the GMO, we all knew that this GMO thing, as if it is in, as if it's without. At a point, we don't know whether GMO was in the system or it's not in the system. So what did we do, MPP? Parliament passed the law and instituted the National Biosafety Authority to regulate, and Parliament has given them a guideline under our regime to regulate and look at the issues before they make pronouncement. It also gives the public the opportunity to challenge at other stages of our democracy to ensure that if we don't agree on certain things, we challenge. So we have set an authority called the National Biosafety Authority. Because as if GMO is with us, as if it is not with us. Meanwhile, we all know that the reality was dawning on us. So we set it. And as a democracy, these are some of the things that you have to do. Now, for us, our baseline is that whatever should come in should not disadvantage the Ghanaian. For example, if we develop the capacity of developing our own particular seed, our indigenous seed. So when you come to the fisheries industry, we are saying that even the fish that we're talking about, the indigenous fish, the tilapia that we have, you see it in our manifesto that we want to escalate it from the generation 13 that we've reached. Because we want to make sure that our indigenous crops and breeds sustain. But we must use the democracy to institute an authority to assess. So if you want to bring in a particular product, you go through the process, and then they are supposed to challenge and make sure they come out. And we also, as citizens, can challenge the outcomes using the court system and whatever we have. And let's continue to move in that direction. I know that Pualugu multipurpose dam that you asked, JIDA came, and on 28th May, JIDA came and responded as to the contractual obligation because of the advancement of money that we wanted from the Chinese who were going to pre-finance. And government were to trigger something so that the government participation in it was to trigger the relief of the amount. Then we found ourselves in an economic situation, and the Chinese have to uphold. So JIDA really responded. And I think that we can read what the Jida responded. Then we can make an informed judgment. That is openness for me.
Okay.
And going there to see what Jida said and they responded to and the work that the contractor was supposed to do by that, because that mobilization advancement was to trigger. And I think anybody who says that there's nothing must also take a second look. Must also take a second look. There's nothing.
Mr. Nim, what is there?
Take a second look. The next one, the lithium. Senior, the lithium, read our manifesto, page 195. Okay, page 195. I will get a lot of our manifesto to you to share to them. The lithium issues are all there. And then the aluminum and whatever we want are also a farmer and a politician who is important. I believe that we are all important. We all need ourselves. What we need to ensure is that what you are doing now, the check and balances, coming together to make sure that for God and country, we are moving this country forward.
Okay.
We all need each other in this.
All right.
And I think that recognition must be done. Now, when you come to the agri services, go to our manifesto, page 182, under crops, bullet point 5. We've stated it clear because we've seen it. It is clear there that we want to come back on establishing agri services. It is there, red, black, and white. So I'm saying page 182, under crops, bullet point 5. It is there. Then the issue about
okay. Maybe
the
you've
cattle,
answered- maybe
the
you've
cattle
answered.
issue
Okay.
also. We share with you. You can also go through page 187 where we have a lot of our work there. And I know this ranching issue was initiated. We started in a way, and I think we should continue. At the end of the day, there should be peace among everybody. It's a livelihood matter. And whatever is a livelihood matter must be looked at and sorted out and solved among us. God did not make us Ghanaian by accident. We are Ghanaian because God knew that his contribution, my contribution, Uncle's contribution is what largely will sail this country forward. So we need each other in this. And a democracy like this, we need to engage, deepen our relationships among ourselves, devoid of whatever who is, so that we can grow this country together. For me, this opportunity given to us is a great one. And don't relent at all. Continue to push us, and let's all make sure that whatever we strive for this country, we will reach there. Don't relent at all. And we will never, personally, I will never consider anybody that person, because of some ulterior motives, he or she is reacting a particular way.
Okay.
Because we all have interest in this country. And whatever we all want to do, we mean well. I can be wrong in my attempt to mean well, okay? In my attempt to do something. But I think the motive behind my attempt to do something should be very important, that, yes, this country is for God. And for that matter, we must all strive among ourselves
Okay.
and move forward. I thank you for this opportunity, and we wish all of us very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, do not give the microphone away, sir. We now have to do, all the political parties, all of you will make a 1-minute commitment to the PFAC and farmers. What would that commitment be? We want you to stand behind the podium and make that commitment to us, a 1-minute commitment.
All right. Thank you very much. As I said, for us, it is for God and country. And my conclusion statement depicted that we need you, we also need us. And this country needs everybody. And we don't want to leave anybody behind. On behalf of Baumia, we commit to what we have presented as manifesto. And we commit your interest as well. And want to assure you that the engagement, to deepen the engagement in implementation, so that you will be the guide for us, or reminder or you will keep pushing our back to ensure that we do the right thing to you. And I can assure you that from here, I'll give this feedback to Dr. that I came, I represented him, and for that matter, these are some of the things that we have pushed across. And the issue about the combined harvester, for instance, I'm going to mention it straightforward, that yes, this is the issue. So that if something can be done, so be it before the election. If it cannot be done after the election, God willing, we know that the Lord God Almighty will bring victory from heaven to NPP. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moses Enim, representing the MPP on this particular forum. Yes, Courage Nobi is representing the movement for change, a minute commitment to farmers and PFAG.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Alan John Kwadwo Chematin, a leadership par excellence, a leader of integrity, a Christ-like leader, we commit to formulate agricultural policies based on the plan that we have that would make the peasant farmer thrive, that would make agriculture attractive, that would lead to Ghana having food sovereignty. And to that end, any practice within the agricultural sector today that is inimical to the interest of the peasant farmer would be abolished and prohibited to ensure an environment where farmers are deemed important and their living conditions reflect so. Thank you very much. Please state on the ballot paper, Asiho, forget not that you vote for him in order to have a leader of integrity so that all your problems will be solved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nyaba Awiba Zongo is representing George Chum Berima Edu, and he is his vice president, presidential candidate. Yeah.
Hello. For the sentiments expressed so far, it seems George Chum Berima Edu, he's already demonstrated some level of commitment to Peasant Farmers Association, and you all appreciate him for that. That he was the only one who was invited, and he attended your own version of the Farmers Award. And you invited almost all the political parties. So on that score, I would say he's already demonstrated enough commitment. The second commitment is that we are saying that Agri for Wealth is our flagship policy. So once it is our flagship policy, at least it's an indication that we are committed to this particular policy as our flagship policy. So we are not coming here to just present something on Agri just because we have been called upon and given the platform. The third one is we are saying that we don't have a manifesto. We are guided by the directive principle of state policy.
Okay.
And the directive principle of state policy is a legally binding document because it mandates the president upon assumption of office to come out with a blueprint on agricultural development. And not just a blueprint, but a planning framework that will allow all of you. And we are saying that we are moving or changing the paradigm from planning for you to planning with you. So we are going to plan with you. We are going to hand over the stick. We are going to empty the glass. And then we plan with you. We audit all the sectors with you. Whatever we come out with, we ensure that it is for the benefit of the farmer. We ensure that it will help us cruise closer to our goal of making Ghana the food basket of West Africa. And then we are also saying that there is one other goal that is quite ambitious. That is to be the global organic food basket hub in the world.
Thank you.
These are quite ambitious goals. So support George Chumberima Adu.
Okay. Thank you.
Give us the nod. And when we are, it's when, not even if, when we assume office January 7th, we are going to plan with you. We are going to go along.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, it's a minute commitment to farmers and PFAG. Let's stay within time. A minute commitment. Peter Buamotukono.
Thank you very much. On the directive state policy, directive principles of state policy note, let me, on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, the incoming president, the nation builder you call him. Thank the Peasant Farmers Association of Ghana for inviting us to this session. It has been very insightful, it's been very useful, and it's been very progressive. And just as all our engagements we have had with you, it has impacted significantly what we do. And as you may be aware, the NDC, knowing the importance of farmers and all other stakeholders, have set up a department that leads the relation with identifiable groups and so on. And so it is our principle and it is our policy that moving forward, our implementation of the Resetting Ghana manifesto would be done in direct partnership with you. And the PFAG is a significant part of the partners we are going to leverage on to implement our agriculture for economic transformation agenda. We want to drive development in this country with agriculture and nothing else. And we believe agriculture is the only sector that when it grows, it impacts both industry and service. And so we are going to put all our energies in this sector to make sure that agriculture works, food is available, the farmer becomes profitable, and the farmer is able to take care of himself and his family. Then we are also able to take care of the economy, build our economy, solidify our currency, and be able to compete on the global stage. And so, ladies and gentlemen, and colleague farmers, we call on you to partner us in this mission. We have done it before. His Excellency himself is a farmer, and he appreciates the kind of difficulties that you go through. But we believe that together, we would be able to mitigate these difficulties. We would be able to alleviate your pain. We would be able to take you out of your distress and build a Ghana that works for everybody, the Ghana that you want. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. So we are grateful to you, gentlemen, for coming. We'll take our closing remarks from the Acting Executive Director of PFAC, Bismarck. Don't be in a hurry to leave. We'll take a group photograph before we all leave. Yeah, Bismarck.
Right. So please, let's applaud them again. And let's applaud ourselves for a very good program. On behalf of the board and management of PFAC, first of all, let me thank you for honoring this particular invitation and sharing insights about what you want to do for the farmers. I hope that from now to election, your doors will still be open so that if there are additional feedback that you want to let you have it, you can get it and then you get to us. We also want to assure you that whoever wins, we are willing to work with you and support you. However, PFAC is also there to ensure that you do the right thing. So just know that when it comes to accountability, PFAC will still make sure that you guys are accountable when you win. And anytime that happens, don't assume that we are doing it because of personal hatred for you, but because we are doing it for the interest of the farmer. And then last, let me make this appeal before I leave. Every time there is a new government and a new minister is to be announced, sometimes the process is not even very open for us to even know and even contribute to the discussion around who becomes the new sector minister. So what we are calling for is that whoever wins, whoever you are contemplating to be the minister, at least there should be some consultation, some discussion with interest groups like us, so that we make our input to ensure that whoever is being the minister is someone that we know and can do the work. So that when it's time for the person to account, the person knows that he has met us, made a promise, and we are holding him to that particular one. So that's a personal pledge I want you to keep in mind. Exactly. It's a personal request for you that you should consider it very much. So whoever wins, when it's time for your minister, please consult us. Let us be part of the process. On that note, I want to thank everyone, the board chair of PFAC, the former director, all the board members here, farmers gathered here, colleagues from civil society. I'm so happy that you had time to come with us, share your good insight, ask very relevant questions, and give back good feedback for them to take back and consider. I wish you all a good day and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you too. We started with God. We need to end with God. So please, would invite one of our Muslim brothers to do the closing prayer for us. I mean, give us the Islam prayer so that we can wrap up. Chairman, I don't know. Chairman of the Carterers will do this for us, please. And when we are done, we'll take a group photograph. So don't be in a hurry to leave. Thank you. Please, we are praying. So.
Thank you very much. Please, let's be in a mood of a prayer. Allah, we thank you for this day, for making it possible for you and I to witness this day and this very great event. We have all come here to discuss about something very relevant to myself, to you, to all participants, to farmers, to political parties, and to Ghana in general. We pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to guide us. He gave us the wisdom. At least those who are going to lead, may God be with them. May God give them more wisdom. May God give them more knowledge so that they will be able to lead in the right direction. We pray that all those who came here with the name of Allah return back to their various destinations with the name of Allah. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-rahmanir rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amen.
I'm hungry. You know, I don't play, man.